Tonight they set their sights on the second-place Braves, who've won 8 of their last 10. Steven Strasburg takes the mound on his 24th birthday. It's his 19th start and 4th already against Atlanta.
Washington Nationals baseball. Washington Nationals baseball.
In 2005, the Nats were in the race this late in the season. This is the first time since. So Ian Desmond's back in the lineup tonight. Ryan Zimmerman coming off another good series against the Mets. And you know the Braves want to send Chipper out in style. So there's a lot going on here. And you could make an argument this is the biggest series in the history of this ballpark here in July. Bob and FP, great atmosphere. And we know the Braves are charged up about this thing, too.
Yeah, it was in the Braves clubhouse today. They want to send a message to the Nationals that they're not going to go away. Very fired up for the series. And on the other side, the Nationals want to gain some distance and increase their lead. So don't let what these guys are saying fool you in the media. This series is huge, and they both are going to come out swinging.
Braves have been a little frustrated. They haven't been able to gain more ground on the Nats. One of those reasons, Steven Strasburg and his buddies, the way they've been pitching lately.
And you had to love the way Steven Strasburg pitched the last time out against the Marlins. Reestablished his fastball. For many outings this year, he fell in love with the curveball, fell in love with the change for obvious reasons. They're both amazing secondary pitches, but he went back to the fastball and had success. And how about the 385 average that Steven Strasburg sported and broke up a shutout in the 5th inning with a base hit? And Carlos Lee tell him, man, you can hit, and he can. So 9 hitters in the lineup tonight for the Nationals.
Strasburg has done well against the National League East this year. In his career, he's 2-3 against the Braves, and there's not much mystery anymore between him and them. Last time Tommy Hanson pitched here, Steve Lombardozzi led off the game with his first home run, and then Bryce Harper right after that hit his 5th. Problem was the Nats didn't score the rest of the day. Hopefully a better result tonight. Welcome to a great weekend series. To you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Cloudy night, cool night. The rain kind of moved in and then moved right back out. Field's in great shape. Hanson and Strasburg in the stands and on the field. Your pitching matchup tonight. Visit Train.com for an independent train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a train. So we're at 76 degrees, but that makes the 85% humidity very tolerable on a breezy evening with the wind coming in from the northeast. Dan Uggla dominates Steven Strasburg like no other hitter, but he's 0 for his last 10. The Braves are 7th in the league in hitting. They're up there in runs and home runs, and they have two guys on pretty good hitting streaks. Freddie Freeman and Brian McCann are hot for them right now. Strasburg, 6th career start against Atlanta. On the year, he's 10-4 with a 2.66 ERA.
Yeah, last time out Sunday at Miami, got the 4-0 win in 6 shutout innings, allowed just 6 hits. Struck out 7, walked 1, reestablished that fastball, threw it a lot, very effective. He also helped himself offensively with a 2-out RBI single in the 5th to snap a scoreless tie through 105 pitches, 76 for strikes. So 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball, curve change is what the Braves will see from Steven Strasburg tonight. Let's set the defense behind Strasburg. Lombardozzi, Harper, Morse in the outfield. Desmond, Zimmerman on the left side. Espinosa, LaRoche on the right side. And Jesus Flores doing the catching.
The Nats have beaten the Braves 6 out of 8 this year. Tom Hallion had the plate for Steven's major league debut a few years ago. 19-year veteran. He's back there again tonight. Brian Onora, 16th year. Year 5 for Chad Fairchild. And Alfonso Marquez, 13-year veteran. And Michael Bourne will lead off the game. Strasburg is ready. Hope you are too. It's going to be a good weekend, and that's way inside for a ball. We are underway at 7:06. Bourne is 2nd in the league in runs to Andrew McCutchen. He's 3rd in hits to Cabrera, Melky that is, and McCutchen. And Strasburg is missed by a good margin on his first 2. ...105 innings so far. Just 87 hits, 135 strikeouts to lead the league. And that fastball whistles in 96. Atlanta Braves are 4th in the league in runs. Always a tough lineup. And especially now that they've got a couple of their left-handers going really well.
And you can always tell when Steven Strasburg's a little bit overamped. He'll yank that fastball in off the plate to lefties early in a game.
3-1 pitch. Gets a strike there. Espinosa gets rid of it in a hurry, and Bourne is retired. The Nationals over the last 3 years, a lot of power against the Braves, more than against anybody else. And they've won more often than not against a good Atlanta ball club. The Braves on the road, 26-17. The Nats are right there at 27-20. And look at that, the defense has been outstanding. Washington top 4 in the league, 52 errors in 90 games. And by the way, all time, this took a while for the Nats to get over the hump. But in the all-time series since coming here to D.C., they've beaten Atlanta 69 times and lost 66. Martin Prado always hits the Nats well. Well, he always hits pretty much everybody well. 309, tied with Ryan Braun, 9th in the league.
Maybe the best first inning fastball we've seen velocity-wise from Steven all year. First pitch 98, that one 97, down in the zone. Bringing the heat early.
Yeah, I've always wondered how pitchers feel. We talked about this at Wrigley Field when there's a pretty stiff breeze blowing in right onto their backs. And it's coming right over the scoreboard and in from center field as well tonight. And now he goes long on another hitter. The ballpark could play big tonight, FP, for the hitters.
Yeah, blowing straight in from center field. You talk to pitchers that pitched at Candlestick Park where the wind did blow in their back. It helps your fastball. It hurts your off speed.
That's on the corner, 3-2.
And it pushes the curveball out of its break, but it'll give you a little more life on your heater.
Big crowd. A lot of folks still coming down the street and coming in center field. Here's a 3-2. Hit well to right, and Michael Morse is right there. One of the big differences in the Atlanta lineup now is the man walking to the plate. He's not hitting 6th or 7th anymore. Dan Uggla's down there, struggling a bit, but Jason Hayward has come alive, hitting nearly 270 for Freddie Gonzalez. 14 homers, 44 RBIs. It appears he's back to his rookie form of 2 years ago after struggling mighty as a sophomore. 3 for 7 career against Strasburg. 4 for 8. That'll bring in Chipper. We'll give Jesus Flores a little pat on the shoulder as he walks into the batter's box. Batting .317 from the left side. If he hadn't been hurt for a while, he'd have enough at-bats to be as high as 8th in the league in hitting. Steven goes right after him with a good fastball. 4 career at-bats for Chipper against Strasburg with 2 hits. The Eastern Division has come to life right here at 7:05 or so. The Giants are underway at Philadelphia against Vance Worley. The Marlins have an early run at Pittsburgh, and the Mets in a few moments will be hosting the Dodgers.
14 pitches, I believe, all fastballs so far from Strasburg. And there's the first changeup of the night.
And he did it on 0-2. Santana and Harang, the pitching matchup at Citi Field tonight. That's up 3.5 on the Braves, 7 on the Mets. 1-2 to Chipper with a target away. Couldn't get it. What a changeup. Doubles up on the off speed. His first strikeout and his league leading 136th on the year. See your authorized Dodge dealer. Experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive. Dodge.com. Check out the powerful lineup. Good to see Ian Desmond back in there after not starting the last 5. He's still hitting .417 over his last 16 games. And Davey Johnson said the fact that he was able to sneak him in there for a couple of non-pressure appearances during the Mets series helped him feel a whole lot better about starting Ian against Tommy Hanson tonight. 11th career start against the Nats. Hanson 3-3 with a .338 ERA. Lombardozzi wouldn't go deep on him again, would he? He'll take the first pitch down the middle, a fastball. Hanson gave up the homers to Lombardozzi and Harper, but he pitched 7 innings and didn't give the Nats another run the entire day. Only had 4 hits after that early barrage. That's a high strike, 0-2.
Well, Hansen's 1-1 with a 6.05 ERA in 3 July starts. That's after going 4-0 with a 3.13 in 5 June starts.
Braves have been a little inconsistent with their starting pitching. And the scuttlebutt around the Atlanta Ball Club is they are definitely in the market for a starter. Who is it, though? But they have pretty much let it be known that they're looking to add to their staff down the stretch. No balls and 2 strikes. Target away. Lombardozzi looks at strike 3, and Tom Hallion does his half turnaround reverse bow and arrow for the strikeout.
Yeah, that's the outer half of the plate. Just off the plate. Good pitch, hit the spot. So far, so good for Tommy Hansen. His last time out against the Mets, Hansen got the 8-7 win, but he gave up 6 runs on 9 hits in just 5 1/3 innings of work. So fastball, slider, curveball, change. And he's a touch and field guy. He'll let you know early if he's going to go with the curveball or the slider on a given start. So far tonight, he's featured the curveball. That'll be in the 70s, the slider in the 80s, and the fastball in the low 90s.
Harper 2 for 3 against him when they met. Couple of off-speed pitches, and the count's 1-1. In that game at Pittsburgh, Reyes hit a leadoff homer for the Marlins. They've added another run early. So much fun at this stage of the season to be watching the scoreboard and see what the other guys chasing the Nats are doing. Bryce Harper hitting .273.
And it's so much fun to have this series right here in front of us. 4 games in 48 hours. The 2 best teams in the National League East. The Braves come in hot, winning 8 of their last 10. Best road record in baseball.
What more could you want, huh?
Yeah. This is going to be fun.
Harper on a 2-1 pitch, pops it up. Got the string pulled on him on a changeup. And the Martin Prado puts it away, 2 outs. That'll bring in the red-hot Ryan Zimmerman.
Let's set the defense for the Braves behind Tommy Hansen. Prado, Bourne, Hayward in the outfield. Yanish Jones on the left side. Ugla Freeman on the right side. And Brian McCann doing the catching.
Another thing about the recent resurgence of the Braves, they've really tightened up their defense. They were struggling for a while. Chipper has 8 errors at third. Ugla has 9 at second. But they have a good outfield, and they have 1 fewer error than the Nats.
And Chipper had a couple of errors the other night in 1 game against the Giants. So take those away. Having a good year over there at third base.
So Ryan Zimmerman coming off the Mets series, where he had 2 more hits yesterday. And he's just 1 click under .260 now. Physically, he's back to where he needs to be, and pretty soon the numbers will follow suit. Look at that over the last 3 weeks. Over .360. More than an RBI per game for this .288 career hitter. We'll take the off speed, seeing the ball well. Didn't even offer at it, 2-1. With the right-hander on the mound, Adam LaRoche gets the cleanup call tonight, and then Michael Morse after him. Versatile Nats lineup because of a couple of switch hitters, able to throw 4 left-handed batters at Tommy Hansen.
Going off speed in a 2-1 count. Now that's the slider from Hansen, 81 miles an hour. And Ryan Zimmerman betting 2-1 fastball, gets a slider on the outer half, way out in front. See that little hesitation at the top with Hansen, that little wiggle by his ear before release point. That allows that 90-mile-an-hour fastball at times to jump on guys. He's sneaky fast.
Target outside again. Ryan will take it well off the plate. Hansen works from the extreme first base side of the pitching rubber, and he's got what we would call that long arm delivery. Seems like it gets way back behind him. Comes out of his ear almost like he's throwing a football. And the Dodgers have 2 in the first at New York suddenly. So the scoreboard is lighting up early tonight in the National League East. Braves got a base hit by Hayward. Strasburg set them down on 16 pitches. And Ryan trying to reach to avoid a 1-2-3 bottom. I think I said long arm, really more of a short arm delivery with that hand right up by his ear. And Ryan will take the walk. And he's aboard with 2 outs. Drawing his 29th pass of the year.
You could tell from the get-go that Tommy Hanson being very careful with a hot-hitting Ryan Zimmerman. A lot of respect. 2-1 counts, you get a slider. That'll tell you what they're thinking. Maybe in the pre-series meeting, don't let that guy on first base. Ryan Zimmerman beat you.
Here comes the guy who plays first base. And Adam LaRoche is hitting .288 over his last 3 weeks now. Not a big shift with a runner on. Chipper's about 30 feet, maybe 35 feet off the third base line. With Paul Janisch, the former Cincinnati Red, who they just picked up because Andrelton Simmons broke his finger playing up the middle. That was a big time blow to them to lose that young shortstop. He's really good. And he did it on a head first slide. Actually a hands first slide into second base when he stretched a single into a double.
And that's the first time I've seen a center fielder playing Adam LaRoche opposite all season long. Michael Bourne.
I think they saw the highlight of that homer against the Mets. LaRoche will drill it that way. And Bourne with his speed able to get over and cut it off, keeping Zimmerman from scoring. LaRoche into second base with a 2-out double.
And that was the difference, Cart. Every other center fielder this year playing LaRoche to the pull side. The Braves in their scouting put Michael Bourne on the opposite field side, and that allows him to cut this baseball off and keep Ryan Zimmerman from scoring. If he's on the pull side, that's all the way to the fence, and it's 1-0 Nationals. But because of the recent success the other way by LaRoche and maybe some good scouting by the Braves personnel, they have Bourne in the right spot, and that saves a run.
At least for now. We'll see what Michael Morse can do about it. Michael is 2 for 10 career against Hanson with a home run and 4 RBIs. And a slider in there.
This is where the lineup becomes so dangerous, because who do you want to pitch to? You got first base open, 2 outs. Michael Morse, who can hit in the box. Ian Desmond having a great season on deck. Danny Espinosa, who's been hot lately, in the hole.
Morse jacks one to left center. See you upstairs. 3-0 Nationals.
Fifth home run of the year for Morse. And that one either ruined somebody's dinner in the red porch or made somebody's dinner, because that's the farthest hit ball I've seen to left field ever in this ballpark.
Agreed.
And that went over all the seats in the red porch, all the way up to the restaurant, ricocheted off the thing and came back. And when you have everybody clicking in the lineup, it made Tommy Hanson pitch to Michael Morse.
Here's Ian Desmond.
If Ian Desmond's not hitting, there's no way Michael Morse gets this pitch. Second and third, 2 outs. You have first base open. You're going to pitch around a guy that hit 300 with 30-plus home runs. And look where this thing hits.
On the railing right in front of the red porch.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, nobody's gone up there. Where the ball left the field of play, it's about 380. And it's probably another 50 to 60 feet up there where it hit.
I'm talking BP anytime. I've never seen a ball go that far.
1-1 to Desmond. Way outside. Suddenly, a 2-out, nobody on base inning becomes a very long one for Tommy Hanson.
Last couple of days, there's been a lot of thunderstorms around here. That was some serious 2-out lightning.
And it was less than a mile away. Outside 3-1.
Well, I don't even know if you could count to 1,001, 1,002 on this one. Look how far this thing goes.
Nice catch on the hop there by a Strasburg fan. Now 3-1 to Ian Desmond. The Nats threatening to get another guy on base.
No way Flutie Flakes thought he was going to get a ball when he sat down tonight right there.
There's another base runner. This all started with a 2-out walk on a really good at bat by Ryan Zimmerman.
Well,
4 consecutive Nats on base.
A home run that far would rattle the best pitcher. That's just not your average HR.
I caught it. I was just on Masson.
And guess what? You're on right now.
Maybe he didn't make that call. They're calling him. Danny Espinosa, after a visit by Brian McCann, will be the 7th Nat to bat in the first inning.
He's telling whoever at home, there's no way I thought I was going to get a baseball sitting way out here. And guess what? One landed in my soup.
Yeah, you know what, though? He got it turned away from the field. It bounced back to him. That's how far it went. Espinosa scorches that ball foul.
But getting back to my point, Carp, if Ian Desmond isn't having the year he's having, Michael Morse doesn't see a pitch to hit right there.
Agreed.
And you pitch around him, maybe even a 4-pitch walk, stand up, intentional walk, big series first inning. Because he's a guy that can do some damage. But because of the year Desmond's having and the fact that he's back in the lineup tonight, you have to pitch to the beast. And all of a sudden it's 3-0.
Desmond with a good lead. He's running. Pitch low and inside. No contest. And he stayed on the base for his 14th steal in 18 attempts.
And as we saw last time at home against Tommy Hanson, long way to go in this baseball game, but you cannot start a big 4-game series at home against the team that's 3.5 games behind you any better than the Nats have started here in the first inning.
Ian got a little contorted going past the bag there. We were holding our breath for a moment. The field's in great shape. Infield was covered all afternoon. And I asked Davey this afternoon if he would reconsider Desmond in the lineup on a potentially wet track. He said it's a good question. We'll monitor the situation. But he wants to be in there and we want him in there. But we're not going to do anything to endanger him. And Desmond looks like he's playing free and easy right now.
Well, in a big series, adrenaline is going to take over early for anybody that has any aches or pains. It'll be interesting to see if Ian plays both games tomorrow.
Now the Dodgers have a 3-run first inning at New York. And the Nats have a 3-run spot on the board here with maybe more. Espinosa with an RBI career against Hanson. Off-speed pitch is outside. And Tommy Hanson has thrown 27 pitches. Number 8 hitter Jesus Flores waiting. Well, he was ahead in the count. Didn't like the looks of that breaking ball. Danny still has it even at 2-2. At best for Hanson, a 29-pitch first inning. Boy, I don't know what's going on with Hanson and McCann. He stepped off several times. Ian Desmond looking in from second base. Sequence of signs. Things not in sync for the Braves here. Espinosa will pop it out of play down left field way.
You know, Tommy Hanson, a veteran guy, Cart, but sometimes as a player, if things get moving a little bit too fast, you're seeing, but you're not seeing. So you're looking in there and you're just seeing a bunch of fingers and your brain's going a million miles an hour. That's not the way you dreamt up the top of or the bottom of the first in your hotel room today. So you're looking at those signs, you're seeing the sequence, but you're not seeing it.
I see. Makes all the sense in the world. Another 2-2 pitch. Espinosa severely jammed. Look at this base hit. Checked up nice. Somebody would have loved to have that at the British Open today. And the Nats have a corner situation with 2 outs.
That might be the best hit in the history of baseball. Right here, Danny Espinosa in a 2-strike count. You can swing and miss and go back to the dugout with strike 3, or you can battle and fight and put the ball in play and see what happens. Well, definitely not carrying to left field tonight, but that is a beautiful thing right there for Danny Espinosa. I mean, throughout the course of a 6-month season, you get robbed of so many hits that you hit right on the screws. You don't care what they look like. You say it all the time. That is a beautiful thing for Danny Espinosa. And there's not one guy standing out there on defense for the Braves that wouldn't take it.
So here is Jesus Flores doing yeoman work every day, every night behind the plate, struggling with the bat. 4 for his last 19 since the break, and he didn't go into the break very hot. Did you get your number 8 hitter up in the first inning? That's a beautiful thing. Desmond down the line at third on that throw to first. Espinosa, another running threat. He's 14 out of 19. The Nats have stolen 65 bases this year, with Desmond's included tonight.
Jesus Flores just love hitting against the Braves this season. 10 for 24, a .417 average, 2 home runs.
Flores reaching out to foul one back, and he'll have to battle now. 0-2. Jesus had a second inning hit and run opposite field base hit against Tommy Hanson the last time they faced each other here. A lot of room on that right side. They're going to work him away, and he'll take it off the plate.
You see Jesus take his arm and kind of shoot it back after that take. He's telling himself right now, keep that front side closed. You can tell where you're at as a hitter, even on pitches you take.
Espinosa running, swing and a miss. Well, FP, I told you the ballpark was going to play big tonight. Michael Morse is 6'5", 230. It takes a man like that to hit one like that on a night like this. Tonight, get your second room of flooring free at 877-241-LUNA. A 3-spot for Michael Morse and the Nats. 5 base runners in that first inning.
There's so many celebrations in today's game. You got Nux, you got elbow bashes. All kinds of stuff. How about some old school 1970 low 10s right there as they cross home plate? I mean, that was like 1975. Put your hands out, give me low 10. LaRoche, Zim, 3-0.
Hey, there were some guys getting out of college that year. That was a very cool time. Top of the second, Freeman, McCann, and Ugla for the Braves against Steven Strasburg, who got himself quite a breather after that 16-pitch first inning. Freddie Freeman is on a 10-game hitting streak, 15 for 36. So his batting average in the mid-270s as Strasburg misses lone away. Nationals pitching has done a great job against him. He's 1 for 6 career against Strasburg with 2 strikeouts. And Steven falls behind 2-0. Matt Kemp, by the way, hit a homer for the Dodgers in that game at Citi Field. His 14th, and now the Mets have scored 2 in the bottom of the inning. That ball is drilled to left center, tailing away from Harper, and he just can't get there. That'll be a double all the way. Bryce with a great effort, and only the slicing motion of that ball kept him from running it down.
And there was a lot of slice in that ball from Freeman, so much so that you thought it was going to come all the way back to Lombardozzi in left field. You know, watch the ball tail. And it's actually coming back to Lombardozzi, and I'm wondering if he had a better shot than Bryce, but good effort by Harper. And a hot hitter, and Freddie Freeman stays hot.
16 for his last 37, and here's Brian McCann, who's on a 9-game hitting streak, 12 for 34. First pitch breaking ball, low and inside. First time in his career this year, Brian McCann was not chosen as an All-Star. Fastball in there. Well, the last time we saw him in Atlanta, he was beat up, not feeling well. He is healthy and swinging the bat like we know he can.
A huge pinch hit the other night off the bench in the 9th inning of a 3-1 game. Freeman doubled. He went the opposite way for a 2-run homer to tie it and send it to extra.
48 RBIs to go with his 14 home runs. 3 for 10 career against Strasburg. High in the air, right field. Michael Morse coming in for it. Wind is just going to hold this thing straight up and straight down. 1 out without advancement by the runner. Day-night doubleheader tomorrow. First game is 1:05. We'll have both for you on MASN, by the way, but come on out and watch these guys in person the way they're playing. And then the Nats Live post-game concert series continues. After the game, the Wallflowers. You have to have a ticket for the night game to get in the concert. It is 2 separate admissions tomorrow. And Dierks Bentley is back in the news. We'll tell you more about that later. Dierks Bentley is coming to D.C. And just to make a long story short, there will be a 4th in the 3 concert series thanks to Dierks. So that'll be very cool come September.
September 22nd. Dierks in the house.
Here's Dan Ugla. 7 for 13 career against Steven Strasburg.
He comes into this game, however, in his last 34 games, 12. That's right, 12 for his last 111.
Wow.
It's a 108 clip.
And then there, his set of numbers against Strasburg with the 2 homers, 8 RBIs. Steven respects him with a breaking ball on 2-0, and he gets a strike out of it. Perfectly placed outside edge.
I talked to some of the Braves people today, and I said, why is Ugla struggling? He's struggling with the pitch away. He's kind of sitting on his backside and trying to pull everything. I think that's why you're seeing stuff away and soft from Strasburg to Ugla.
You know what? And if you walk him here, it's not the worst thing in the world. He's drawn 58 this year, second most in the league. You have a light-hitting shortstop, Paul Janisch, up next, and then the pitcher. And Tommy Hansen's an .065 career hitter. Target away. Strasburg will go ahead and walk him.
And it doesn't matter what numbers I said. In Steven Strasburg mind, he was listening to your numbers. Because as a pitcher, you know if a guy owns you, obviously.
Yeah.
You're being very careful right there with a 3-run lead.
Paul Janisch ended last season and started this season at AAA for the Reds at Louisville. And when Andrelton Simmons went down, they had to have a shortstop. So they traded minor league pitcher right-hander Todd Redmond for him 6 days ago. Janisch, playing in his 5th game, is 2 for 14. He's a .221 career hitter in parts of 4 years with the Reds and now with Atlanta. Cincinnati 5th rounder back in 04. He's always been much more of a defensive guy. Took a pretty good rip there on a 1-0 fastball.
Well, the one thing you don't want to do if you're Strasburg, regardless of who's hitting with a 3-run lead, is put guys on for free. That's one thing if you challenge Freddie Freeman and he hits you in the gap for a double. But the way the Braves get back into this game is free base runners.
And of course, Jack Wilson, who's played some second base and can play short for the Braves, is also on the DL. So they've been wrecked by injuries with their middle infielders. Good thing for them, Uggla's been healthy. There's Tommy Hanson, 1 for 31 this year. Bench coach Carlos Tosca alongside Freddie Gonzalez. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's over but low. Fifteen pitches this inning.
So a lot of fastballs in the first inning from Strasburg. A lot of curveball / changeup combination here in the second. Remember, first inning, 7% fat off speed. This time around, 23% off speed. Trying to get that ground ball double play.
2-2 pitch. That is foul. Zimmerman diving, ball hooking away from him, and Janisch missed an RBI double by inches.
Let's check it out. Good angle right here. This should tell the story. Good effort from Zimmerman. Clearly hit the dirt foul. Jesus Flores with a little quick trip to the mound.
Yeah, breaking balls and changeups can get you a ground ball, but sometimes they can speed up the bat of a light hitting shortstop. And that one was hanging. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He goes with the heater. 98, his second strikeout. And now in the taking care of business department, facing the opposing pitcher, Nissan will track it.
Well, you just had a feeling that Flores went out there and said, hey, let's get back to that fastball. It was 97, 98 in the first inning. You got a big heater going tonight. Let's not speed him up. Fastball away was the call. Good pitch, good spot.
Get to Nissan for the biggest savings under the sun at Nissan Summer Saving Days. Visit choosenissan.com or your local Nissan dealer. Tommy Hanson, no RBIs this year. At .065 represents, well, that's his career batting average, and 5 RBIs. This year he's 1 for 31. And that's about it. Doesn't do a whole lot to help himself as a rule with the bat. Strike call. High in the zone, outside corner. Freddie Freeman double to lead off the inning. He stayed there on a fly ball by McCann. A walk to Dan Uggla. And then the strikeout by Paul Janisch. 1-2, breaking ball, inning over. 3 Ks for Stephen Early. Good job of protecting that 3-0 lead.
Get him out no matter what, and that's what you have to do. And with Drew, it seems like he does that. It seems like he knows that he can go out there and get guys out no matter what. Even if he isn't feeling the best that day, I think he believes down deep in his heart that he can go out there and get anybody out on any given day.
The best closer in Nationals history, or the franchise history? The Braves 3-0. We're in the bottom of the second, and a familiar face in Washington was back today to throw the first pitch. Chad Cordero, who had this to say about Drew Storen and the similarities he sees in him as a closer.
Even if the hitters had, a whole lot of success, it's like someone like Chipper Jones had against me. I still believe that I can go out and get him out no matter what. And that's what you have to do. And with Drew, it seems like he does that. It seems like he knows that he can go out there and get guys out no matter what. Even if he isn't feeling the best that day, I think he believes down deep in his heart that he can go out there and get anybody out on any given day.
Cordero throwing the first pitch. Drew Storen actually asked to catch him because Cordero is someone Storen modeled his career after. He met him back in 2004 for the first time. He was a bat boy for the Expos when he was about 15 years old, and the Reds were in town to play. Cordero made a point to go over and talk to the young teen, shagging balls, and the two of them met each other for the first time today since then, and they remember the day vividly. It was kind of a cool story to see today. Drew Storen was excited to see Chad.
Well, the best closer the Nats have ever had. Visit FCA.org, the association for IT pros. Christina with our sideline report. Chad Cordero had 47 saves for the 05 Nats, then 29, then 37 in 07, and then some injuries got in the way, and he never quite recovered. Made a brief return to the big leagues with Seattle for just 9 games 2 years ago, but the Chief, as we lovingly called him, was one of the great personalities in the early Washington history of this ball club. He had a 1.82 ERA in 05 when he had those 47 saves. Strasburg will take strike 3. That'll be strikeout number 3 for Tommy Hanson.
But just to have guys come back like that, all of a sudden there is history here. Whenever you have old players coming back, throwing out first pitches, it's a good thing.
It'll only get better as time goes on. Top of the order again, Lombardozzi and Harper. Ironically, they were both retired in the first inning, and then the Nats had a big inning. On the day they hit home runs to lead off the game, the Nats didn't do anything the rest of the day. So get these two guys out, and it's the key to a big night for the Nats. That ball deflects off Hanson to Janisch, out on a close play, ruled by Brian Onora on a 1-6-3. Lombardozzi unlucky there.
And you thought with the shift, Janisch kind of playing up the middle off Lombardozzi. Gets the ball down. That's where he likes it, from the left side. Janisch with a quick release. Ooh. And very close at first.
2 quick outs, and here's Bryce Harper. Tommy Hanson needs a quick second inning in the worst way. He threw 34 pitches in the first inning, and if you go by what we consider normal numbers, that's more than 2 full innings worth of pitches. We got Harper off speed on a fly ball to left, first time up. Counts even, 1-1.
I like what you said in the open tonight about this being maybe the biggest series in the history of this ballpark. And I would say yes. I would also say there's probably some bigger ones on the horizon.
Oh, yeah. You know, and some of the other bigger ones before this were for different reasons. A couple of years ago, the Red Sox came. This year, the Yankees came. You know, those are big in their own way, but there's nothing as great as having a big series because you're in a pennant race. 2 balls, 1 strike. Harper, another off-speed pitch. And he's thrown out by Dan Uglow. 1-2-3, what the doctor ordered for Tommy Hanson. Top of the Braves order, straight ahead. Look forward to Miller time. It's later tonight, brought to you by Miller Lite. A lot of synergy between that brew and the color of that foul pole. 3-0 Nats. Michael Morse will bat 1/2 inning from now. We'll look forward to that. And the Braves coming up, find out why the government is turning to STG at stginc.com. As we will do that with Michael Bourne stepping in and show you where Steven Strasburg would like to pitch him.
I'm going to say in. I'm not an advanced scout, but I'm just going to guess in. Or you could pitch him away, play him away, but I feel like with 96 to 98, the fastball he's got going tonight, fire some of those in on his hands.
You know, but even those are respectable numbers in there. I mean, it's not like he's hitting 180 anywhere. Strasburg got a ground ball to second base first time up, and that's a pop-up. But the breeze will just blow that about 15 rows up.
Well, you just saw the cold zone. If 257 is a cold zone, I would count that as a hot zone personally. But you go fastball in, and it beat him right there in a 2-0 count.
Michael Bourne is a good leadoff guy. On base percentage around 360, batting 305. But he does strike out a lot. I think in 91 previous Atlanta games, 86 strikeouts is a lot for a leadoff man. By today's standards, maybe not so much. But traditionally, that's a lot. And that's a walk to the leadoff man with a 3-run lead. Strasburg's second pass of the night. Bourne walks for the 35th time this year. And he might be off to the races. We'll see how they play it. He's stolen 25 in 33 attempts.
And I think down by 3 in the 3rd inning, you still have to play your game if you're Freddie Gonzalez and the Braves. If you're a base stealer, steal a base. I think a lot of teams get into that habit of when they get down early of changing their game plan. If you're down by 3, 4, 5 runs early, you still have to play your game. I mean, how else are you going to get back into the game other than, you know, getting base runners on and hope for a home run? But if you start playing station to station and you're not a station to station team, you're doing the other team a favor.
Martin Prado lined out hard to Michael Morse in right field first time. A good hit man, good hit and run man. The count will dictate that. Strasburg steps off. It's interesting. Bourne, as I mentioned earlier, 3rd in the league in hits with 117. And then just 9 hits behind him, 6th in the league, is Martin Prado. So these two do a lot of table setting for the Braves. Terry Pendleton coaching over there with Michael Bourne. .259 career steals for Michael at the age of 29. And that's a big pitch. Set of the count back even. Now it's 0-2.
Big pitch, good curveball. Pretty good bite. Watch the late break here. A little tilt to it. Usually a 12-6 curveball. That one broke hard and late away from Prado.
A good hitter who ended up with one hand on the bat there. Hayward's hot. So this is a huge out right here. Danny Espinosa under the pop-up. We have an AT&T fact of the game for you. Strasburg 2 1/3 innings so far. Back-to-back, Gio and Steven, and it's usually Steven first, but with the recent reversal around the All-Star break, 18 times they've gone back-to-back, and they seldom result in a 2-game losing streak. Only at Dodger Stadium has that happened. And one of those games was lost long after the starters were gone. Jason Hayward hit the ball hard up the middle for a base hit. First time. Boy, Bryce Harper really has him over toward left center. And Lombardozzi over toward the left field line. Michael Morse is the only outfielder straight away.
Well, I think as a hitter, when you see that, it's a clue on how they're going to pitch you. You're standing at home plate. You always take a peek out at the defense. You look at the middle infielders, it'll tell you who's covering on a steal. Usually the guy closest to second base is the guy that's going to cover should the runner at first base go. That'll give you an idea of maybe, if you can, where to hit the ball on the ground should he start. And then you look at the outfield, and if you see him switched around to the other side, it should tell you they're going to pitch you away. So as a hitter, you look out at the defense, do a little homework.
2-0, dangerous count. And that's at least the second time tonight to a really good hitter. Strasburg's thrown a 2-0 curveball for a called strike.
Well, that's pitching. When you can throw a curveball like that for a strike and a 2-0 count. As a hitter, you start to think. When you're looking for 95, 97. Drops a hammer in there. Now it gets in your head.
Target is inside. Hayward made an offer. No swing, says Alfonso Marquez.
Yeah, I don't think he went, and the ball was definitely inside. And you would think that Michael Bourne will be off to the races here in a 3-1 count.
You know, everybody in the Atlanta dugout knows Strasburg doesn't want to walk another hitter in front of Chipper. He got a walking lead, had it swiped easily. He'll go back as the count now goes to 3-2. If Strasburg had paid him a little mind there, He might have been able to catch Michael Bourne walking pretty quickly off that bag.
Yeah, concentrating on throwing a strike, but Bourne with a walking lead. If Jason Hayward takes this or swings through it, Bourne could have taken a turn at second and maybe stole third on the same pitch. That was a great jump.
That must have been a great jump. 3-2 with one out. Running again. Pitch is outside, ball 4. 2 walks in the inning. 3 in the game. And Chipper Jones coming in. Strasburg did not throw him a fastball on a full count. Slots, tables, and dining. The ultimate triple play. Hollywood Casino, Charlestown Races. Third baseman all time. Look at that, tied with George Brett. Look how close the two of them are with Mike Schmidt. And Eddie Matthews was an unbelievable left-handed power hitter for the great Braves teams back in the 50s.
We like Chipper Jones, and we wish him the best of luck on Monday to break that record.
So, Chipper, have a great night in Miami. Fun time of the year. The National League East teams are all playing each other. No balls and 1 strike to Chipper, who has grounded into 8 double plays this year, second most on the club. Oh, that's a good pitch. Strasburg at 88 with the changeup, didn't get the call on the pitch or the swing. Didn't look like a swing, but I thought it was close enough that he might get it on the corner.
There's ways to pitch with a lead. You just don't want to throw fastballs right down the middle because that doesn't always work. But when you have a 3-run lead, you can't be afraid of the barrel. You got to throw right down the middle and hope they put it into play.
That's a high chopper, so Desmond only has 1 play at first. And a big second out as Bourne moves up to third, and then Jason Hayward right behind him.
As a pitcher with a lead, you can't be concerned about contact. To me, it looks like Steven tonight is pitching away from contact, trying to get guys to strike out, throwing his off speed when he's behind in the count. But when you do have a 3-run lead, you have the luxury of having that closer's mentality out there, just going right after guys until they show you they can catch up to your heat.
Well, Freddie Freeman didn't catch up last time, but he stroked it beautifully to left center for a leadoff double. So this is a big juncture in the game, right after Steven got a huge out against Chipper Jones. First pitch, breaking ball, high in the zone for a strike.
And in Steven's defense, his secondary pitches are so good as anybody in baseball, that he feels like he can throw them anytime and any count for a strike or for a swing and a miss.
Target is in and up. Freddie Freeman now with an 11-game hitting streak, 16 for his last 37. Weak ground ball right side. That's a thing of beauty for the Nats. Espinosa throws him out. Coming up, Zimmerman, Adam LaRoche, and then Michael Morse. Strasburg doing his job with a couple of bumps in the road, but Michael Morse, an unbelievably hit home run back in the first inning. Maybe the longest to this part of the ballpark we've ever seen.
Well, ESPN Home Run Tracker has it at 465 feet. And that's the longest home run in this ballpark this year. And I would argue that it hit at 465 feet, but that thing was still on its way out of here. Yeah. And it ricocheted off the red porch.
Yeah, if it lands at street level somewhere.
It's off the Capitol.
Probably about 480. Adam Dunn had some upper deck shots and almost made it to the scoreboard walk on the right field side. But I think Michael Morse just set the new standard for straight away and to the left. And it all started with a 2-out walk to Ryan Zimmerman in the bottom of the first. Quality strike right on the outside corner, counts even. Dodgers added another run at New York, batting top 3, leading the Mets 4-2. Marlins lead 2-1 in the top of the third at Pittsburgh. And the Phillies have a run. They lead at home in the fourth against the Giants. Good off-speed breaking ball there. And I know a breaking ball is off-speed to begin with, but that looked a lot softer than the previous one he threw.
Well, that might have been an off-speed breaking ball.
Yeah. Guys will change speeds with their breaking stuff if they're feeling good about it. Target in. STGinc.com. And Ryan Zimmerman with Mike Trout of the Angels. Major League lead, 12 extra base hits. Now, that may not sound like a whole lot on the 20th of July, but there was a 4-day break in the middle there. He'll pull that one on a hop to Chipper Jones. Tommy Hanson suddenly retiring 5 Nats in a row. Now Sunday is the kids t-shirt day. First 10,000 fans 12 and under receive a kids t-shirt presented by the Potomac Nationals. You must enter through the center field gates to receive that item for the 1:35 game on Sunday. Check it out at nationals.com/tickets. After the Zimmerman double, Adam LaRoche got a big hit. Doubling to left center. And with first base open because Desmond was on deck, they pitched to Michael Morse and would regret it moments later.
It just seems like against Braves starting pitchers this year, against the Nats, you have to get them early. In Atlanta a couple times,
yeah,
they've touched up Tim Hudson for 4 runs in the first inning, twice. Tommy Hanson 2 last time in the first and 3 this time in the first. The one thing Davey Johnson and the ball club would like to do is add on to those 3 runs they scored in the first inning. Last time they couldn't because Tommy Hanson settled down nice. And that was on June 3rd, Carp. He went 7 innings, gave up 6 hits and just those 2 home runs in the bottom of the first.
The Nationals had 2 hits after the 3rd inning of that day and only 4 after that back-to-back first inning home run barrage. And by the way, talking about getting somebody early, the Dodgers now have 6 against Johan Santana. A young shortstop by the name of Luis Cruz just hit his first home run. And the Dodgers have 6 runs on 7 hits in the top of the 3rd at Citi Field. Nats will probably see Santana next Wednesday. 3-2 to LaRoche. Target away. Then he throws it down and in and strikes Adam out. That'll be strikeout number 4 for Tommy Hanson. So the next 5, 2 of them tomorrow. And in the first game at 1 o'clock, Edwin Jackson against Ben Sheets, who made a good Atlanta debut with 6 innings over the weekend. John Lannon makes his return. Brandon Delgado faces him in the 7:05 game. Ross Detweiler, Jair Jurgens on Sunday with our friends from DC 50 joining us. And then it's on to New York for 3. Saw John today. He made a brief visit to the clubhouse and left at about 3:30 this afternoon. And he'll be back as a big leaguer tomorrow, and that'll be a wonderful thing to see downstairs.
And Jason Worth was going to start his rehab tonight in Potomac, but because of the weather, decided to go tomorrow.
Yeah, he said, Davey said he was feeling a little stiffness in the wrist, but the doctors say that's a good thing. Very normal in the healing process after some of the activities of the last few days. All right, Michael Morse is in the hole 0-2. Will he even dream of seeing a fastball in this at bat? And the ball just takes a funny hop and skips right by Chipper. He looked down at the dirt as if the ball changed directions on him. And that should be a hit. It was totally untouched.
He looked at the dirt like Tiger Woods looks at a putt when he misses it. That ball was smoked, a little one-hopper to Chipper. And look at the big hop. And I think it bounced toward Giannis at shortstop away from Jones.
Michael Morse aboard with 2 outs for Ian Desmond. So Michael Morse is 2 for 2. And he's hitting over 290 now. And over his last 20 games, he's hitting around 355. Ian Desmond walks, stole a base his first time. Tommy Hanson says, you're wearing me out, I'll wear you out with a couple of throws over there. So the Nats have their 4th base hit. One other thing Davey said today about Ian Desmond, and we addressed this the other day. He said maybe Ian has cut down the violence of that swing a bit with the oblique and is still continuing to play well, hit well, and make some solid contact. That's why he's been able to perform during this difficult time. Find out why the government turns to stginc.com and look at that trend.
The slugging percentage is just okay in July, 794. Wow.
Wow, that is great. Way outside. Slugging percentage is a measure of the power of a hitter. It is total bases divided by at-bats. That's a great piece of laying off a tough pitch right there. And that'll give Michael Morse a head start. Because with 2 outs and a 3-2 count, Freddie Freeman's going to back off the bag some. And Michael will get a head start here. How about that? Tommy Hanson, 2nd inning out of 3 tonight, having a hard time putting a lid on the inning. That'll be his 3rd walk.
How many times has Ian Desmond walked twice in a game?
I think he did it in A-ball.
2 times tonight.
And 19 total on the year now. So here's Danny Espinosa, who used his 60-degree lob wedge and hit a nice little chip over on the 3rd base side for a hit first time. Tommy Hanson's nearing 65 pitches. This next one will get him there as he gets ahead of Espinosa. He has faced Danny Espinosa 9 times, and Espinosa now has 4 hits against him.
And the last one may be the best.
We were talking about Desmond's slugging percentage and their strike two. 2001, Barry Bonds, his slugging percentage for an entire season was .863. He was still with the Pirates at that time. And no, he was with the Giants, but then I was thinking 91. Nobody's come close to that since. .863 for an entire year. Now that's a lot of total bases. And the 0-2. Espinosa goes up to tomahawk that ball into center. Michael Bourne was looking up into the twilight. He grabbed it. The Nats have stranded 4 and lead by 3 into the middle innings. Brought to you by Verizon Fios. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed Internet, twice as fast as anything America's ever seen. And by Navy Federal Credit Union, serving the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, the Department of Defense, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA. A lot of things to choose from. A lot of folks shopping at the team store. I bet you the number 38 jersey is a popular one tonight. 5 total bases, 3-run homer, and a single for Michael Morse. Steven Strasburg faces Brian McCann, Dan Uggla, and Paul Janisch, top of the 4th. Just one more note on that slugging percentage. Walks are not included. If they were, Barry Bonds' slugging percentage would have been about 1,100, not 800. But you've got to hit your way on to get credit for the slugging percentage.
Well, that was the crazy part about Barry. You walk him 8 straight times, and then the 9th time you throw him 1 strike, and he was on it.
Damn, yeah.
If you talk to hitters, when you don't see strikes, it's hard to square him up. All of a sudden, he'd see one.
That fastball is hit hard out to the Geico sign, and Brian McCann has a 10-game hitting streak. Harper fumbled it, but Brian McCann is not a fast base runner, and he's aboard leading off the 4th.
You love the way Bryce Harper goes after baseballs, because in his mind, he's going to throw everybody out at second base. There's no way you're going to get a double on him. Flying into the gap, tries to play the rebound off the wall, and he had every intention of throwing out Brian McCann at second base.
3 hits for the Braves, and 2 of them doubles, Freeman and McCann. Dan Uggla walked his first time up. He goes up hacking and flares it to right for Michael Morse. Michael's got to drift in with that ball. McCann's running. Morse with a long throw, but it's offline. So Brian McCann, not known for base running, looks very smart going to third on that.
And McCann actually a good base runner, and taking an opportunity right there to advance. Maybe knowing that Michael Morse's arm isn't where it was last year. Heads up play. Runner on third, 1 out for the Braves.
A couple of guys there about the same age have been playing against each other for 6 years now. All-star type guys. And Strasburg now faces Paul Janisch with a 3-run lead. The infield is back. The only play at home would be maybe a 1 or 2 hopper to Zimmerman, or certainly a comebacker to the pitcher. Anything else, it'll be contact and heading home for McCann. Breaking ball up and it fouled back. 0-2. Strasburg 16 pitches, then 22, and then 21 in his 3 innings tonight. So he's at 65 here in the 4th. Tried to fire the fastball to strike him out.
You go with that fastball up and an 0-2 count. If he chases, he chases. Maybe you go back to the curveball here, just trying to change his vision, his eye line from down to up. And spin that curveball in. He might think it's a fastball and take it.
Swing and a miss. Some high heat away. Gets Janisch for the 2nd time. Strasburg's 4th strikeout tonight.
Or just repeat the fastball up in the zone. And a big out right there. Strasburg getting the 8-hole hitter to get to Tommy Hanson. You need a strikeout, runner on third, less than 2. You get it with a reach back fastball.
Struck out Tommy Hanson on 4 pitches first time up. A little bit off the corner. Tommy Hanson is one large individual. 6'6", 220 they list him. Strasburg goes 6'4", 220. Leading off the 5th inning, Michael Bourne. We hope. Flores lets the ball get away. McCann down the line and now retreats. A breaking ball that squirted about 20 feet away.
Now, Jesus Flores done a nice job of blocking balls all season long. That's why we call him the Bruise. Doesn't care where it hits him, just wants to keep it in front. Did a nice job initially. I think his left foot kind of kicked it through the 5-hole. McCann started, then stopped.
Two-one pitch. Little flare, right field. That's why you play shallow, opposite side. And Michael Morse goes Alfonso Soriano on us on that catch. Bottom of the 4th coming up.
To nothing, and when it comes to Jesus Flores and Sandy Leon carrying the workload through the rest of the season for the Nationals, General Manager Mike Rizzo said they are very capable, and here's what he's seen from Flores so far this season.
Jesus Flores has shown that he's an everyday major league catcher. He's got the best ERA of any catcher in the major leagues, and him putting down the fingers and blocking balls and controlling the staff is job one for him, and any offense we get from him is a bonus.
And Davey Johnson has said that Flores continues to put pressure on himself as a hitter, and Flores reacted the other day and said, I'm trying every day to relax and focus on catching and not too much on hitting. But he said, you know what, I know I'm a hitter. I know I could be a good one, and I just try every day to get better and better at it.
Well, a wise baseball man once told me, if you have a ball club and you have to have a good hitting catcher and a good hitting shortstop, you don't have a very good team. So Jesus Flores is doing job one, as Mike Rizzo said. Came into this year a .253 career hitter. And right now he's about 30 points below that.
Well, imagine with how he's catching, if he could start stringing some hits together, how much fun he would be having.
Jesus into this game hitting .228. And he struck out swinging first time tonight.
Tommy Hansen's had a good curveball going from the very start of this baseball game. If he's got a feel for the curve, he'll go with the curve. Got a feel for the slider, he'll go with the slider. But tonight it's been the 12-6 hammer. There it is again.
Right out the end of the bat. Handled by Tommy Hansen. Steven Strasburg can hack. Called out on strikes first time. Discover his good hitting. Look at that. He hits 145 points higher, FP, than they hit off of him. And the great Big Train did the same thing.
Well, we talk about it all the time. He works on it every day between starts. He actually works on it during the offseason with the hitting coach, and you're seeing the results.
Check out Kia's full line of high-quality, stylish, and dependable vehicles. To learn more, visit kia.com. I got a question from a fan the other day about the most home runs all time. That's Wes Ferrell by a pitcher. And the most RBIs, Walter Johnson. Didn't know that until we looked it up, and that was pretty cool to find out. I just did not realize the Train was such a great hitter. Ring of Honor here. The farm boy from the Midwest who they made fun of the first day he pitched in the major leagues. And then after he threw about 2 innings, the cat calls from the opposing dugout shut down in a hurry. I mean, they were mooing at him and calling the hogs and all kind of stuff, and he shut them up in a minute. And he could hack. Big breaking ball from Hansen to Strasburg there. So Tommy Hansen, 5 strikeouts. Steven Strasburg has 4.
Yeah, once again, after the first inning, Tommy Hansen settling down nice right now, and he's done it with the curveball. You see the finger off the curveball, kind of a spike curveball, nasty break, and it's been his best pitch all night long.
Don't worry, Steven. Regulation hitters would walk away with that same expression after that pitch. Lombardozzi and Harper 0 for 4 tonight. Steven has struck out looking and hit into a hard luck 1-6-3. And Tommy Hansen kicked the ball right to his shortstop. And he can't kick that one, but it's picked up by Paul Janisch. Lombardozzi beats it out.
A little smile right there from Lombardozzi. Second hard hit ball up the middle. This one gets by Tommy Hansen. One hopper through the 5-hole. Good play by Janisch. Right here, Lombardozzi's thinking, what do I got to do to get a hit tonight?
Beat it out.
Beat it out. Once again, fastball down in the zone. That's right where Steve likes it. Good hustle. And maybe another 2-out rally here in the 4th for the Nats.
Tommy Hansen has retired the first 2 batters in every inning so far. In 3 of the innings, he's failed to get a 1-2-3. We'll see if Harper can extend it here. Lombardozzi, we haven't really seen his base stealing yet. We know Steven's a good runner. He has stolen 2 out of 3, but still learning that craft. And that's right, that extends his hitting streak now up to 13 games. Target in the outside corner. Harper taking a generous strike. It appeared. Well, Bryce about 3 weeks without a homer now since going deep in Colorado. And he's getting nasty pitched by everybody in the league. I mean, everything away. Here it is, young guy. See what you can do with that. Haven't really given him much at all he's been able to pull. Most of his hits up the middle are left center. They stay out there. In fact, that's a pitch out. Lombardozzi not going. 2-1.
Fish ain't biting right there. Lombardozzi not running, but Tommy Hanson sped up his delivery. And even if you are going as a base runner, you go slide step or you speed up your delivery to home plate. More times than not, the runner, unless it's a hit and run, you don't do that with 2 outs, doesn't go.
Going now. And Harper topping that ball and fouling it back near the on-deck circle.
And managers very rarely pitch out 2 times in a row. Davey Johnson, Bo Porter betting they're not going to do it. And Lombardozzi with a good jump. Bryce Harper and a 2-1 count saw something he liked.
Running again on 2-2. Easy take for Harper and not even a throw possible for McCann. So Lombardozzi now 3 out of 4 stealing. And the Nats have taken 2 bags tonight.
Well, you just love the thought process right there. 2-2, usually an off-speed count. When you talk about how teams have been pitching Bryce Harper, throwing him a lot of off-speed. So good pitch to run on, curveball in the dirt.
First base open, 3-2, but Zimmerman's next. Harper sees 90 and fouls it away. How about the home run off Tommy Hanson way back in June?
Bottom of the first, right after Lombardozzi went deep, Bryce Harper said,
upper tank.
Looks like a good idea to me.
And very early in his career, he's gone where very few hitters have.
You saw right there, he hit it so hard, he ran about the bases so hard. They tried to give him a silent treatment. Everybody just getting into the tunnel.
He'll take the walk off speed upstairs. And if you want to pitch to Ryan Zimmerman with 2 outs, 2 on, that's just fine. Tommy Hanson has walked 4. So he and Strasburg have combined for 7 walks given tonight.
And when you have the heart of the order clicking on all cylinders, who do you pitch to? You know, runner on second, 2 outs. You throw an off-speed pitch to Bryce Harper. He takes it to get to Ryan Zimmerman. Now if you're Tommy Hanson, what do? There is no easy outs right now in this Nationals lineup, especially in the middle of the order.
Lombardozzi and Harper get on back-to-back. Their first times on base tonight. Zimmerman has walked, scored, and bounced to third. 22 RBIs in 20 games coming into this. Exactly half of his season's total. Off speed, 79, inner half.
Michael Bourne showing a lot of respect for Ryan Zimmerman, playing a very deep center field with 2 outs. Jason Hayward pushed back as well.
One ball, 1 strike with a huge gap in left center. That's the pitch he got for strike 1. Missed inside with that one.
And look how deep Bourne is. Jason Hayward the same. Martin Prado playing straight up in left field. But Lombardozzi scores easily on a single to center and a single to right.
And that'll even the count, 2-2. This is Tommy Hansen's 97th career start. Career record of 42 and 27. Good winning percentage and a 3.43 ERA. Facing the Nationals for the 11th time. 3-3 with a 3.38. Lombardozzi, second base. Harper right behind him. And a 2-2 for Ryan Zimmerman. Instead, another step off.
If you're Zim right here, you're looking for that fastball away. If he throws you that curveball, it'll speed up your bat. You catch it out in front. But the one thing you have to do is cover that fastball in the outer half with 2 strikes.
See if McCann jumps out there. He's going to go inside. Ryan offers, looked like a take. Ryan Onora says it was. And now 2 runners will be off with this pitch.
And was it close? You tell me.
Safe. But it was close.
It was.
Crowd starting to make some anticipation noise here. Nats are up by 3, looking for more. Zimmerman pulls it, and that's foul.
And Tommy Hansen going to the curveball slider combination. Throwing more off speed than fastballs tonight so far.
And he is getting close to 90 pitches here in the 4th inning. Ball probably off the plate, but Ryan thought it was close enough to hack.
8th pitch of the at-bat coming. 3 straight off-speed pitches. 3 straight curveballs to Zimmerman. Hasn't seen a fastball since that 90-mile-an-hour heater on the outer half about 4 pitches ago.
Runners on the move. Swing and a drive. See you later. 6-0 Washington.
Got the 12th home run of the year from Ryan Zimmerman, and once again, folks, some 2-out lightning from the Nats.
I think they want a curtain call here, maybe. A lot of folks still on their feet. The big boys have done it. Morris with a 3-run shot. Zimmerman, and here comes the guy who hits between them, Adam LaRoche, and that's over below.
What a great at-bat. Bunch of curveballs in a row. He was on the fastball on every one of those curveballs. He finally gets the heater. Catches it out in front, a location mistake. It was supposed to be away, right on the inner half. And just like that, it's 6-0. What an at-bat by Ryan Zimmerman.
The Nationals have now hit 97 home runs. And these are the ones you really benefit from with those guys on base. And again, all of this started with 2 outs. Tommy Hansen's inability to end innings, thanks to the Nats' bats, have been tough for the Braves tonight. That ball is killed to center. And Bourne has to catch it 390 feet away. Your Nats are dialing long distance and going low 10s tonight.
Milton Heating and Air and ask for your $69 Brave Service Special. Milton is Atlanta's fastest growing factory authorized Brian dealer. 770-360-1297.
Hi, this is Chipper Jones, and you're listening to Braves Baseball on 680 The Fan and Rock 100.5.
6-0. The Braves got to get something going. Michael Bourne will try to start it. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Strasburg to the plate. Strike one to Bourne. Bourne is grounded to second. He drew a walk. 3 walks given up by Strasburg, and the Braves with base runners in every inning, but trail it. Fastball off the fists of Bourne, back up over the seats, into the seats, and it's 0-2. Hey, fans, you score when the Braves score. Brought to you by Express Oil Change and Tune-Up Clinic. All season long, when the Braves score 5 or more runs, you score $1 off a full-service oil change for each and every one of those runs. The 0-2 to Bourne, all the way to the screen off the tip of the mitt of Jesus Forrest. And if you don't get at least $7 off your oil change tomorrow, we're in big trouble tonight. By the way, that's good only the next business day, which would be tomorrow. Leave your radio on and go get it done between games tomorrow. The 1-2 pitch to Bourne. Again off the fist and again into the seats down below us. Souvenir for a number of the military personnel who are always welcomed here and treated to a ball game by the Nationals folks. Here's the 1-2. In the dirt, 2-2. 6 runs and 6 hits for the Washington Nationals. No runs and 3 hits for the Braves. We play in the top of the 5th. Rain starting to fall. Back to the plate. Swing and a miss. He threw it right by him on the outer half. That's strikeout number 5. It's out number 1 in the top of the 5th. And it is a pretty good mist coming down. The wind has freshened. It is blowing in from right field. Here's Prado. 0 for 2, a fly to right, a pop to second. Martin with some uncomfortable looking swings against Strasburg. Fastball strike 0-1. And a number of the Nationals fans headed for the overhang. Back with the 0-1 pitch. That's hit in the air to right field. Going back slowly is Morse. Now coming in as the wind knocks that one out of the sky. So there's out number 2. And this one 1 out away from becoming an official ball game. And the raindrops starting to visit us here in the booth. And Jason Hayward, the hitter. Perfect night going for Hayward, a single and a walk. And Hayward now 4 out of 8 against Strasburg, who delivers the first pitch on the inside corner for strike 1. Back to the plate comes the right-hander. Off the plate inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. And here's the 1-1 pitch. Went to the breaking ball and missed outside. It's 2-1. Strasburg working quickly. It's almost like he knows how important this next out is. Broken bat, little liner that's going to find right field. So Hayward with his second hit, and once again the Braves are going to force Steven Strasburg to pitch out of the stretch. That's hit number 4 for the Braves. And now Chipper Jones will try to snap out of it tonight. He is struck out and he's grounded to short. Well, we got good mics, don't we? Hear them picking up the raindrops? Here's the pitch to Chipper. Down and in for ball 1. Strasburg, 38 out of the strike zone, 46 in the strike zone in the fifth inning, leading 6-0. The pitch to Chipper, line, knocked down by Espinosa. He spins and throws. It's a little side saddle action. He picks that up, and Chipper becomes out number 3. No runs, a hit, and 1 left. We're halfway home, and it is 6-0 Washington.
And now Geico presents 30 Seconds with Max.
#1 in customer satisfaction nationwide year after year. Experience all the comfort and amenities you expect at an unexpectedly low price. Jameson Inn, Southern hospitality at its best.
Third one after tomorrow night's Wallflowers, and that's against the Mets. Tickets start at $10, nationals.com/concerts. Check it out. Some restrictions apply. And then Dierks Bentley will be here in September, in case you haven't heard. Michael Morse, bottom of the 5th, 2 for 2.
The Cole Third Eye Blind came out dressed like umpires for their first set.
Now that is funny. Can umpires toss bands? Can you eject an entire band?
They can toss broadcasters.
Yeah, but they'll never find us up here. Michael Morse is now batting .297.
Well, we were told there's going to be about a 2 or 3 hour window, and we're seeing the rain start to come down even a little bit harder right now.
Ah, there's how you hit 300, FP. He got jammed, puts it out to center field, and Michael Morse is 3 for 3. How about this guy right now?
Yeah, keep your hands inside the baseball. Good things happen. You take your chances and pull when you're ahead in the count, but in a 1-1 situation, gets a 2-seam fastball in the inner half. And watch him fight to keep those hands close to his body in order to get that big barrel to the baseball. Ooh.
Luis Avilan for the Braves. He's the lefty they're using these days with Johnny Venters on the DL. Ian Desmond has walked twice. It's actually the second time this year he's done it. And now he's going to drop one into center field. Morse will stop at second and scramble back to the bag. 2 on, nobody out. And the hits keep on coming for the Nats as they have Tommy Hanson very close to the end of his night, and this looks like it's it right now. He will, if this is the hook, go 4+ and give up 8 hits. Hand the ball to his manager, and the Nats, and this is big, FP, doubleheader tomorrow. They're into the Braves bullpen very early. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by the UPS Store. We love logistics.
by the Home Depot, by Blimpie, and by Georgia Power. Rainy night in our nation's capital, and the home runs have been raining down for Washington. 2 3-run bombs has the Nats in front by 6-0. Tommy Hansen's night is over. Luis Avilan will answer the AT&T call to the bullpen, and he's coming off a very impressive relief outing July 17th against the San Francisco Giants.
It was in that game where Barry Zito was staked to a big early lead, and Avilan came in relief of Jair Jurgens and worked 3 2/3 innings of relief, gave up 1 run, but no walks, 5 strikeouts.
So he's the long man tonight, down 6. And Danny Espinosa in the batter's box. Told you earlier, Espinosa, a much better hitter from the right side. And Brian McCann may have been crossed up. 1 ball, no strikes.
Big time. Good thing Brian had a quick glove to adjust to that one. Brian's glove here. Kind of like a wax on, wax off thing.
Mr. Miyagi action.
Yep.
Line to right, and Hayward takes care of Espinosa. 1 out.
Jesus Flores will be next.
The right idea by Espinosa, trying to hit behind the runners with nobody out, trying to advance Morse, just hit it too hard.
Avilan just turned 23 yesterday. So here's Jesus Flores is over 2, and then Steven Strasburg, who could be good for another 2 innings. Steven's at 85 pitches right now. I wonder on a weekend like this, when you have 2 games tomorrow, day game Sunday, if Davey at a big lead might be inclined to give him an extra frame. That ball's getting away. And it's easily Michael Morse to third and Ian Desmond to second base.
A big mistake right there by Avilan. A little 90-foot mistake for Morse and Desmond. And that makes Danny Espinosa's at bat as good as a bunt. Runners on second and third, 1 out.
And the Braves now down by 6, have to play the infield in, enhancing Jesus Flores' chances of sneaking a ground ball through. Quality strike with a fastball under his hands on the inside corner.
That's a good take by Flores. You want to stay up the middle right here. You're looking for something out over the plate up. You swing at a fastball in, it's a ground ball to Chipper, and you don't get the job done. And if you're doing your early homework on Avilan, the curveball has been nowhere near a strike. So as a major league hitter, you see that rotation, you totally disregard that pitch and just sit on a fastball.
Two-1 to Jesus, and he takes it ball 3. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, the Giants have exploded with a 5-run 6th inning. Brandon Crawford his 3rd home run, and they lead the Phils 6-1.
Scoreboard shaping up nice. The Dodgers are ahead of the Mets 6-3, and Pittsburgh's ahead of Miami.
Yeah, they've battled back from a 3-1 deficit to lead the Fish 4-3.
Could be a huge night for the Nats.
3-1 to Flores. Off speed. If he thought he was getting a 3-1 fastball, he did not.
Well, that's 8-hole hitting right there at its best. You got the pitcher on deck, 3-1 count, not guaranteed a fastball, especially with first base open. Jesus thinking in his mind, I'm going to make this 9-0.
Nats to be perfectly happy with a fly ball. Reaching an outfielder. He'll take it. Good at bat by Jesus, and the bases are loaded for a good hitting pitcher. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 to the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington, D.C. for every Nats walk this year. So 272 getting close to that $14,000 mark. Here First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle.
Strasburg likes hitting off lefties. He likes to go to right center the other way off of lefties. And he is very glad that Tommy Hansen's out of the game.
10 for 28 on the year with a home run and 4 RBIs. And now Avilan's behind him. Change up, ball 2. He's going to have to throw this big guy a fastball pretty soon. And Brian McCann out to talk to the rookie lefty. Here's the base running bunch. Morse up the middle first time this inning. Then Desmond a flare to center after Espinosa lined out hard. Jesus Flores coaxing a walk to load the bases.
And if you're thinking 2-0 take, maybe with a lot of pitchers, Steven Strasburg, you let him hack right here.
Sure.
Especially with a 6-run lead.
That's ball 3 on a low fastball.
And maybe Brian McCann went out there and told Avalon, hey, there's 2 games tomorrow. This game's yours. There's nobody up in the bullpen.
Strasburg will take it right down the middle. Might take another one, but we wouldn't mind seeing them hack. Already the 5th batter in this inning, only 1 out in the 5th. Tommy Hansen could be responsible for up to 8 runs. Well, there's 7. Strasburg walks to force in a run, and that'll be his 6th career RBI, his 5th this season. The Nats lead it 7-0.
And how about that at bat from Steven Strasburg? No panic at all. Looked like he was taking a strike all the way. Got one in a 3-0 count. Borderline pitch, the 3-1 goes his way. 7-0 Nats.
And a good contact man coming in Lombardozzi, who will get a right-handed AB here. So at 9 o'clock on Friday, July 20th, things are looking good for the Nats. 1st of 4 against the Braves. Morse an early 3-run homer. Zimmerman 3 innings later to make it 6-0. And the Nationals are building a big 5th inning here. Lombardozzi taking after the couple of walks. Not a bad idea. He's 8 for 39 with 2 RBIs as a right-handed hitter.
And the right-handed swing is getting better and better every day.
He's had a few more reps lately. That's a drive that'll drop in right center. Good read by the base runners. Flores coming home, and he will score. It is 9-0.
Well, you called it. Great read on second base by Jesus Flores. Knew it was going to drop right away. Lombardozzi staying through the changeup, getting just enough to throw it out to the outfield. And Flores running like there's 2 outs. He hears the crack of the bat. He knows that it's a broken bat job. And how about Lombardozzi? 2 more RBIs. The clutch hits keep coming from Steve Lombardozzi. And that bat died a hero.
Nats have 9 runs on 9 hits. Still only 1 out in the inning. And here's Bryce Harper. You know the other thing, FP? Not a bad bounce back after being down 9-1 yesterday.
Well, you and I talked about it throughout the course of the game, and Davey Johnson echoed our sentiments after the game. There was a lot of positive things that happened in yesterday's loss. Drew Storn back on the mound. Ian Desmond showing that he's okay. Mark DeRosa off the bench with a couple of hits and some good at-bats. So even though you lose a game, there was a lot of good things that went on in yesterday's loss that maybe are translating into today's 9-0 lead here in the 5th.
So the Nats score 8 runs in 4+ innings on 8 hits against Tommy Hansen. That's going to take his 4.02 ERA and really hurt it. And a 1-6 3. The Braves will end the 5th inning with a double play. But the Nats pick up 3 more runs, and things are coming in threes tonight. Who but W.B. Mason? Steady rain here at the ballpark, but 5 innings in the scorebook. And the Nats plenty to make this a regulation game. All right, buddy, that's okay. Hang in with your team. Not your night so far, but a good bounce back after what almost was a blowout yesterday. The Nats kind of turned things around second half of that game, and they've come out all guns blazing tonight.
Yeah, great bounce back, but when you talk to the guys before the game, I mean, they're talking about, oh, it's not that big a series, and we're just going to go out there and treat it like another game. That's a bunch of nonsense. It was in the Braves clubhouse before the game. These guys came in here tonight and wanted to make a statement, and I think on the national side, they wanted to rebound from last night and make a statement of their own and create some space from the second place team. So, you know, a long way to go in this game, 9-0, but how about the statement that the Nats have made early in this first game of a 4-game set?
And the fact they're into an Atlanta bullpen early. A lot of baseball to be played tomorrow. And it's a bullpen lacking Johnny Venters, who usually sets things up for Craig Kimbrell as well.
Yeah, anytime you're playing anybody in a 4-game set, especially with a doubleheader the next day, you want to get into that bullpen early. So, you know, everything going the right way early. You couldn't draw it up any better if you're Davey Johnson in the Nationals.
First pitch swinging is Freddie Freeman, top of the 6th inning. Strasburg has given up a double to Freddie and a ground ball. It's only given up 4 hits in 5 innings. 5 strikeouts. He's pitched around 3 walks. And that ball driven into right. And Freddie Freeman is hot. So's Brian McCann. So the Braves have 5 base hits. Freeman, McCann, 3 of those as we check out their box score. 2 other hits by Jason Hayward, who doesn't have a hitting streak going, but he now is 5 out of 10 career against Steven Strasburg. Ryan Howard just homered at Philadelphia, but a solo shot. So in the bottom of the 6th there, Giants 6, Phillies 2. Ryan McCann 1 for 2 with a double. Double play guy if you can get a ground ball. Strasburg keeping the ball down and missing. You'll need a quick 6th inning now, I think, for Davey to let him go back out there, and that ball is leaving the premises. Brian McCann losing 1, and that'll make it a 9-2 game on his 15th of the year, and his RBI total up to 50. The Braves have about 3 guys in their lineup who have good career numbers, and McCann's one of them against Steven Strasburg.
Well, he took a healthy hack on the first fastball from Strasburg, fouled it straight back, and Absolutely, positively knew what to do with this one. Right down the middle. From his heels, that ball was hit. So just like that, it's a 9-2 game.
Making that 3-run fifth inning look huge. And here's Dan Uggla. He's walked and flied out.
It's a right idea from Strasburg, though. 9-run lead, go right after guys. The last thing you want to do is walk guys. Challenge the strike zone. Good hitters are going to get you every once in a while.
He goes change up and misses low and in. 2-1. Inside the numbers with Kia Motors. Dan Uggla. Last 2 seasons against the Braves, Dan Uggla has been Strasburg's Achilles heel. And that's going to be just unreachable for Danny Espinosa. So the Braves have 3 hits in a row. Nats will get the bullpen busy in a moment. Guys are stretching, nobody throwing yet. But this might cement the fact with 94 pitches that tonight will be 6 innings for Strasburg, not 7. Paul Janisch will be next. And then Eric Hinsky stepping to the on-deck circle.
You can see the precipitation starting to catch on Strasburg's arm, wiping his arm all over his uniform. And the rain has been steady for a couple of innings.
Yeah, this is kind of the way it was right across the river and then into the district this afternoon. Never a real violent downpour, just steady rain and sometimes just sprinkles most of the day. And they'll make every effort to play through it, and it's up to the crew chief, who is Tom Hallion, the home plate umpire, as to when the field becomes unplayable.
And Flores going to go back out there again, and I don't think this is a stall piece. Steven Strasburg having trouble keeping his right arm dry. You saw the big wipe after the last ball, so a 2-0 count to Janisch. Just trying to figure out a way to grip the baseball. I don't think he's got a good feel for it. And Steve McCaddy going to come out and talk to his big right-hander now, too. But nobody has begun to throw in the Nats bullpen.
And that is changing as we speak.
Michael Gonzalez grabbed the baseball and he's starting to throw.
So the Braves have scored 2 runs here. Freeman a base hit, McCann a homer. Dan Uggla opposite field single, breaking an 0 for 11 for him. And now Paul Janisch, who Strasburg has struck out twice, but the count's gone to 2-0. And a ball driven to left center. Lombardozzi on the way. He'll catch it, wheel and fire. And a very important first out here in the 6th inning to get Steven Strasburg on his way into the latter part of this game. Hinsky will be the left-handed pinch hitter.
It's a 4th hard hit ball of the inning for the Braves. Janisch all over this fastball right there. Good play by Lombardozzi, cutting down the distance, splitting the gap. Get the ball in quick, and Dan Uggla had thoughts of scoring right there. He was almost around second base.
Eric Hinsky, big, strong left-handed batter, but he's only 4 for 31 as a pinch hitter. And they're going up hacking here. I think the Braves have the mindset, we're going to make something good or bad happen with this big deficit and the weather. Hinsky, by the way, 53 career pinch hits. Came into this season a .239 career pinch batter. Strasburg now has him 0-2.
And step off the back of the mound, clean his cleats off. Make sure that his hand is dry so he has a good grip on the baseball, but he's looking for a ground ball to end this inning.
Christian Martinez will take over in the bottom of the 6th. As Hinske bats for Avilan here. Strasburg trying to put him away and misses just inside with the 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
Well, check it out on pitch track. Strasburg wanted it. Was it a strike? Good frame by Flores. Couldn't get the call.
That bounces. Runner started, then stopped.
Not too many big league catchers with a 7-run lead in the 6th inning blocked that ball like Jesus Flores. And it kept Dan Uggla at first, and it also kept the double play in order. Look at that. About a 58-foot changeup from Strasburg, and Flores, like it's a 0-0 game with a go-ahead run on third base. That's what he's done all year.
Yeah, Hinske, good fastball hitter, and he gets one. Hits it deep to center, and the Braves have that ball hit the very top of the wall. There's a play at home. Espinosa throws, and the runner goes back. That ball inches from being a 2-run homer, and Freddie Gonzalez, I think, as most managers will do, to come out and dispute it. But it appeared to us the ball clearly hit the top of the wall and stayed in.
And Brian Arnor going to talk to Freddie Gonzalez. And maybe they're going to take a look at it. First, talk to the rest of the crew, see what they think. And they'll probably go underneath and take a look, but that was close. Another hard hit ball in this inning by the Braves. That's 5 in a row. And this one inches away from making this a 9-4 game.
That is in play.
And that's a huge break for the Nationals.
I mean, one more inch, and it hits the top of the wall. It probably skips right into that railing.
See, this is where someone should be able to run out there and tell them they got it right. If they're thinking about going and looking at it, there should be somebody right now to say, hey, you already saw the replay. It hit the top of the fence, and the game continues. Maybe you have another umpire in every stadium that can just look at it that quick and say, hey, you got it right.
Yeah, like a replay official.
Yeah.
Huh? Watch the dent of the padding. The ball clearly does not hit the rail. And by the way, that rail is a little bit behind that padding. It's not right up against it. So by an inch, that ball stays in the park.
And give those fans some credit, Cart, for not reaching over and making it an even harder call.
Yeah. We salute you. And by the way, a nice rain slicker there, buddy.
We salute you, Mr. Rain Poncho guy.
Not reaching over the wall. There's the separation between the padding and the railing. So there's probably a foot or two back there, and that should be a double. It is. But in this day and age, managers are going to go out every time on a ball like that. So, second and third, one out. Michael Bourne coming up. And Davey Johnson's got the hook. The end will come quickly for Strasburg on 4 hard hit balls here at B in the 6th inning.
And he just went out there and challenged with the fastball this inning. But they were right down the middle, and the Braves were ready for him. But a pretty good start for Strasburg nonetheless.
103 pitches, 57 strikes. And he will leave a 9-2 game with win number 11, hopefully, on his birthday. walked a couple of guys early. Zimmerman 3-run bomb after Michael Morse had done it in the very first inning. And then Steven Strasburg goes into the 6th inning, retires only 1 batter, gives up 4 hard-hit balls. And now Michael Gonzalez, who pitched for the Braves in 07, 08, and 09, takes on his old ball club here with Michael Bourne 0 for 2 with a walk.
21st appearance of the year for Gonzalez. 13 strikeouts versus 7 walks. You see the average against 174 for lefties. 3-pitch guy. Fastball, slider, change. Fastball in the low to mid-90s. We've seen it as high as 95 miles an hour recently.
Well, this could get interesting if the Braves pick up a couple of more runs here. Almost a mirror image in reverse of what the Nats had to try to do yesterday. Down 9-1, battled back to 9-5. The Braves down 9-0 at one point.
Good teams don't fold up shop, or they wouldn't be good teams.
Upstairs, 2-1. Nice breaking ball. Turning Michael Bourne almost completely around. He doesn't look like he feels real good after that swing.
Yeah, pretty good slider, 82 miles an hour. Started it down the middle, broke it off away. And you're thinking one more of those might do it.
I'm pretty sure obliques don't like those kind of swings. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Then he goes fastball up.
There's a number of reasons why this pitch becomes huge. Number 1, you don't want to let the Braves think they have a chance tonight. Number 2, if for some reason the tarp comes on and it's a 9-2 game, that's an easier one to bang than a 9-4, 9-5 game.
Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Flores the tag, and 2 outs here in the 6th.
And what I mean by that is, you put the tarp on, it's a 9-2 game. Well, all of a sudden, maybe both teams say, we're good. Okay, we'll get them tomorrow. 2 games tomorrow. But if it's 9-4, 9-5, and it gets close, there's no way that Freddie Gonzalez is going to concede the fact if it rains all night, we're done.
Next up is Martin Prado, who's 0 for 3 tonight, with 2 fly balls to right and 1 to the second baseman.
Big strikeout by Gonzalez.
So Strasburg did a good job on Martin Prado this evening. So 2 of the top 9 hit guys in the league, actually 2 of the top 6, Bourne and Prado, hitless so far tonight, with Bourne having a walk back in the 3rd. Michael's got a good breaking ball going tonight. He doesn't care if it's not a left-handed batter.
It looks like he took a little off of that one. 80 miles an hour, dropped it in nice. Prado looking for a fastball, got the slider.
Continues to baffle the Braves.
There's 2 ways you can go right here. You go elevator fastball to get the count to 2-2. Go back to the slider. You just go right back to the well and throw 4 in a row.
One ball and 2 strikes, and Gonzalez will step off. We'll show him the fastball inside. You kind of don't want to think about the rest of this inning if he doesn't get Prado. Hayward, Chipper. Now he bounces that one, and it's 3-2. That ball scorched off the glove of Zimmerman. 2 runs will score. Prado heading for second. It's a 9-4 game. And those runs will all be charged to Steven Strasburg.
like Prana was sitting on the slider in a 3-2 count. He got it. A little too hot to handle for Ryan Zimmerman at third base. And when it's wet and the ball hits the grass, it'll skip just like it's on ice. And this ball might have picked up speed with that bounce right there because of the slickness of the grass and the dirt.
Yeah, it was severely hooking on Ryan. So the Braves get 4 here. Hayward 2 for 2 with a walk. And Gonzalez misses low and inside. 10 more outs to get in this one.
And Jason Hayward hitting .228 against left-handers this year. 28 for 123. 2 hits tonight after going 1 for 11 in the Giants series.
And against Gonzalez this year, lefties have only been hitting .174. Nice 2-0 off-speed pitch. And another breaking ball. Gonzalez landed kind of funny there, and he looked down at his landing area.
Well, he lands funny every single time, but it's a little bit wet out tonight, and there's a little slip there with the back cleat.
Does he have one more hook in him for a strike? Strasburg, the book closed on him. 8 hits, 4 runs, and 5 1/3. Oh, he's going to strike him out looking on a fastball. So the Braves get 4. Is it a new ball game? We'll find out in the next 2 innings. That's a big K right there.
And this one 990 to 490, just like we promised earlier in the game. It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Well, let's go back to the 4th inning. Ryan Zimmerman at a 3-2 count, the 8th pitch of the at-bat. After fouling off a couple of tough 3-2 curveballs, gets a fastball location mistake from Tommy Hanson, and there's the low 10s again. Retro 70s for the Nats after the home runs. I love it. Bring back the low 10.
And FP and I will be sporting our mutton chop sideburns for the ball game tomorrow night. I don't think we can grow them that fast, but it'll be Zimmerman, LaRoche, and Morse against Christian Martinez, who's on to make his 32nd appearance for the Braves with a 4-1 record and a high 4.15 ERA.
Speak for yourself. I have to shave in the 5th inning every single night. I can do it. Do not tempt me.
Well, if I tell you what, I got a $20 bill. No, I got a $50 bill that says you won't show up in an Oscar Gamble wig and mutton chop sideburns tomorrow.
If you give me low tens, I will.
No bribery on the air. It's in our contracts. Here's Zimmerman. Ryan tonight, 1 for 2, a walk, a run, and then the 3-run homer in the 4th inning.
Go bell bottoms, disco pants, psychedelic collared shirt with a crazy tie. I'll do it.
Well, you're bringing back memories of a lot of lonely Friday nights. That's way inside, and it almost hit Ryan. 2 balls, no strikes. Zimmerman now 25 RBIs in his last 21 games. Martinez working slowly. Ryan getting permission to step out. Fastball is in there.
We've seen a lot of Martinez this year. One of the better changes you'll see. Now the fastball's in the low 90s. Good sink to it. 2-seam variety. His changeup's right around 80, and he's got great arm speed and great movement on it. Looks just like his heater. There it is right there. 82 miles an hour.
Nationals box score is a full 1 tonight. 3 spots in the 1st, the 4th, and the 5th. And of course the big blows by Michael Morse in the 1st inning, Ryan Zimmerman in the 4th, and then Lombardozzi a 2 for 4 night and a couple of ribbies in the 5th. Nice to see him collecting some damage from the right side of the plate.
And he's been an RBI machine in this homestand.
Zimmerman's a base hit machine right now. Ryan 2 for 3, and he's on base for the 3rd time. So his batting average goes roaring past the 260 mark. And he is on some kind of 4-week roll right now.
And when he's locked, you know it by where he hits the baseball. He'll pull it if it's in. He'll go the other way when he wants to. Up the middle if you throw it right down the chute. You see where Uggla's playing? Kind of a late jump right there. That's good smart hitting by Ryan Zimmerman, hitting that hole. An answer right here would be huge for the Nationals. They would have all the momentum right back in the home dugout.
Adam LaRoche 1 for 3 with an opposite field double. Rain continues to pelt down here. Raining for over a half hour now. It started when the Braves were hitting in the top of the 5th inning. So considering the long bottom of that inning the Nats had, and then the top of the 6th has probably been closer to an hour now of steady rain here. Another 2-0 count. And LaRoche will take a fastball in there. Quick update. Giants have added a run at Philadelphia. Top of the 8th now. They lead the Phils 7-2. Mets have picked up a couple of runs and trailed at home 6-4. Big crowd here tonight. Many of them are back under where we can't see them. But there was way over 30,000 here when it was dry, and they were enjoying a nice evening. 2-2, and LaRoche just able to get a piece of that 82.
Well, yesterday they were underneath because of the heat. Today because of the rain. The concourse getting tons of work here this homestand. Everybody up underneath trying to stay dry. If you want a bootleg weather report, there's just one cell kind of hovering over the city. That's it.
LaRoche pulls it hard, base hit. Zimmerman had to hold up. And now the Nats looking to answer. 2 on, nobody out. And the beast is coming up again.
3 for 3, looking to add on. First time up, forget about it. You see the reaction from Hansen, maybe see the reaction from people having dinner in the red porch. And just a lousy single past Chipper Jones. That's just good, clean living right there. Got a bad hop single, and how about this? Stay inside the heater. 3 for 3 for the Beast. There is lots of hits in the rain. The Braves with their share in the top of the 6, and now the Nats answer with a couple here on the bottom.
So Michael Morse is hitting .301 with a 3 for 3 night. Started the evening at .288. Storybook season last year when he hit .303 with a .360 on base percentage, those 31 homers and 95 batted in.
Yeah, the grip is okay when it's raining. You got the pine tar on the bat, so your batting gloves will be fine. As far as that goes, it's more about the vision as the drops build up on the bill of your helmet. You start to see that glow right there, that gloss on the dirt, starting to hold some water.
Martinez battling issues of his own, and he misses well outside. He's been behind every hitter here. He wants Brian McCann to restart the signs. And Morse hits a double play ball. Booted for a moment by Yanish, but Ugla plenty of time to turn the 6-4-3.
He hit it so hard there was plenty of time to turn the double play. That's all Yanish had to do was find the baseball at his feet. A good feed to Ugla.
And the Braves turn their second double play of the night. For solutions that help you achieve your financial goals, PNC Bank for the achiever in you. And we check in on Eric Arneson, who's doing a bang-up job for the Nats right now at AAA Syracuse.
Doubleheader tomorrow. He's ready. Call him up.
No room for him. Got John Lennon coming up tomorrow.
Can't wait to see him pitch.
Arneson, by the way, from Grove City, New Jersey, 17th rounder back in '06. So at the age of 28, Eric's been around for a while. Ian Desmond now. 2-out RBI opportunity. Base hit last time. He dropped one into center after walking his first 2 times. SunTrust takes us inside the numbers with his average by where they pitch him.
Well, he likes the ball up. And that's where he's done most of his damage. Creating tons of backspin on high fastballs.
And that 111 low and away probably represents when the count's 0-2, 1-2, and they're wickedly hooking him with curveballs.
Chase pitches.
So Desmond right now hitting .291 overall and really hitting well here. That's going to get him on the corner. Doesn't like the call. The Nats had 2 hits to lead off the inning. Now the Braves will try to continue their comeback in the 7th. The Nats 9 runs on 11 hits, and the Braves have 4 runs all last inning. A lot of baseball to be played, and they've been working on the infield and the mound for the last few minutes here. The Wallflowers will be here after the nightcap, as we always used to call it, of a doubleheader of the first game. And these are separate admissions. 1:05, that's the makeup from June 1st, and then 7:05. So it's Edwin Jackson in the afternoon, John Lannon tomorrow evening. You have to have a ticket for the night game to be able to stay for the post-game Wallflowers concert. Chipper Jones batting from the right side. 306 on the year, and 3 of his 8 home runs. Michael Gonzalez starts him off up and away, off speed. Tough inning. Jones, Freeman, and McCann, 2 of the hitters are lefties, but they're both swinging the bat really well.
One thing I've always marveled about Chipper Jones is how good he is from both sides of the plate. Usually somebody has a stronger side, or the average is way better from one side of the plate if you're a switch hitter, but throughout his career it's been almost equal from either side of the plate. This year 306, like you just said, against left-handers, and 317 against right-handers.
That's really something at the age at which he is still playing. Chipper turned 40 on April 24th. That's a 4-pitch walk. That's going to irritate the heck out of the first base dugout. So Michael Gonzalez walking his first batter. Tonight's copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Washington Nationals, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals. Hot hitting Freddie Freeman, 2 for 3 with a double and a single, and Gonzalez gets a fastball above belt high. Bouncing ball, Desmond, backhand 1. Espinosa turns, got them both on an outstanding 6-4-3 double play.
Just what the doctor ordered, right when you think, here come the Braves again. A leadoff walk to Chipper Jones. A 6-4-3 double play with a wet ball. That is not easy. Good feed from Desmond to Espinosa, and a better throw right here by Danny with a wet ball. Threw a little sinker there to LaRoche. If they've ever played in the rain, the more hops that ball has in the grass, the wetter it gets. So that's a good 6-4-3 double play.
Well, the bases are empty now for the power of Brian McCann. He's doubled and homered tonight, and he's on a 10-game hitting streak. Screech looks like he's out fishing for some fish and chips.
He's the Gordon's fisherman. Check him out,
isn't he? Years ago, and you didn't see the old Screech. Years ago, there's no way he fits in that outfit. But he considerably slimmed down about 4 years ago.
And he's on a fish diet. What do you expect? I thought feathers were waterproof. Apparently not.
Drew Storen. This would be interesting. And evidently the Nats want to see how Drew would react pitching 2 nights in a row. So McCaddy on a 2-0 count sees ample reason to go to the mound and buy a little time. And now Tom Hallion says, let's go. I would love to hear some of the one-liners McCaddy ends his mound visits with, because we've spent a lot of time with Steve, and he's got great wit and a great way to deliver it with that deep booming voice of his. And I'd just love to hear some of his outros as he leaves the mound.
We talk to the pitchers all the time. Half the time he goes out there and it's nothing about pitching. Just kind of get guys loose, get them out of the moment, have them relax a little bit. Whatever he's doing, it's absolutely working. One of the best pitching coaches in baseball, period.
Brian McCann pumping on 3-0. Three-one pitch. McCann pulls it. He's so locked in. Freddie Freeman says, swing when you want. I know under Bobby Cox, they used to have with the Braves what they called the privilege, and that was only certain guys on the team could make their own 3-0 decisions. And there's a guy you could turn loose, Terry Pendleton, when he was in his prime. What a great switch hitter he was.
That bullet by McCann just missed him, and he didn't flinch. TP, a good third baseman, a great hitter.
One of those scat backs that Whitey Herzog had, who could hit line drives and just run.
He could hit.
And, yeah, he had power too. 3-2, and Gonzalez drops in the breaking ball. So Michael Gonzalez will get the Nats 5 badly needed outs. And on a wet night at Nationals Park, the home team on top big, and it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Dodge. Go to Dodge.com or visit your local Dodge dealer this weekend. And buy Verizon Fios. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed Internet. Twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. Well, it's raining in Chinatown too, huh? Down here on South Capitol Street, coming down steadily. Brave crowd. 34,228. And how about coming out to see Edwin Jackson go in Game 1 at 105 tomorrow? Edwin on the year, 5-5 with a 3.89 ERA. John Lennon went 10-13 in 33 starts for the Nats last year with a very good ERA of 3.70. We will celebrate John Lennon's return to the major leagues in a day-night doubleheader, and we have every moment of it with FP, Christina, Bob, Johnny, and Ray right here on MASN HD.
A little bit of rain.
Wow, look at that. That looks like a blizzard. Here's Danny Espinosa. And again, this is Tom Hallion, the home plate umpire, who's the crew chief. His call once the game starts, and now it's coming down harder, and we see more fans going up the aisles. Danny tonight 1 for 3 with an infield hit, and he pulls that one foul. Sandy Leon is on deck to give Jesus Flores the rest of the night off.
Yeah, the worst part about hitting in the rain sometimes is on deck, because you're trying to keep your bat dry for the at-bat. You'll see guys, when it's really raining hard, put a towel over their bat while they're getting ready to hit. That's where you can accumulate the most water. So in the on-deck circle, try to keep that handle dry. You see Espinosa wiping off the rain from the bill of his cap. Talked about it before. It's like hitting in a car wash.
That'll be a high strike, and the count's even 2-2.
Looks like Espinosa slipped on that swing.
And I think maybe what Tom Hallion is thinking in a situation like this, 9-4 game. get the 3 outs here in the 7th, and then make your decision from there. I think unless it really gets bad, he'll try to have them play through this half inning. Espinosa will lift one to Jason Hayward. Outfielders dealing with rain in their face as they look up. And that's the first out. Take the Nats with you everywhere you go. You might be in Vegas. You might be deep south. You might be in the Southwest. Take the Nats anywhere on MLB.tv.
I have not taken the Nats with me to Vegas. Sorry.
Well,
there's too much to do in Vegas.
They might keep you there a little longer. MLB.TV's baseball everywhere.
I'll take him everywhere but Vegas. How about that?
Here's Sandy Leon, the 23-year-old catcher from Venezuela, who's going to give Jesus Flores a well-deserved break the rest of this evening. And last night, right up the middle, in the 7th inning, collected his first major league hit.
The ball pretty hard from the right side, too. And shark sighting.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Leon, who was batting .319 at Harrisburg when the Nats called him up May 13th. And he sprained his ankle in the first 4 innings of his major league debut the following night against the Padres. He's going to serve one up the middle, and it skips right under Dan Uggla. Give the kid a hit.
Absolutely. Stay hot, Sandy Leon. Just another base hit up the middle. Good job of staying through that off-speed pitch. I think it was a changeup. He's out in front, keeps his hands back, stays through it nice. And the 12th hit of the night for the Nationals.
I think on a night like this, the scorer has to take into consideration the conditions, and balls like that just don't come up for you like they do normally.
They skip. It's like playing on ice, especially in the outfield. If you're playing the outfield right now and water accumulates on that grass, you have to take deeper angles to balls hit to your left and your right, because they actually pick up speed when they hit the grass.
Well, Roger Bernardino is now 6 for 17 as a pinch hitter. That time Martinez slips one under his bat. Davey Johnson, after this half inning is over, would have the option of leaving Bernardino out there, maybe giving one of his outfielders the rest of the night off, possibly Morse. As a tapper, they're going to have to hurry to get Bernardino on a double dip. And they can't do it. Even on a one-hopper to the pitcher, he's able to get down to first base. That is some amazing speed.
They've done such a good job off the bench all season long for the Nationals. And when you talk about September baseball and possibly October baseball, you have to have a strong bench. And you have to have guys come off that bench and come through in some big at-bats.
Top of the order here, Steve Lombardozzi, 2 for 2 tonight. Batting average back up to 274. Now he is 3 for 5. Bernardino's going to make the turn and just glide over to third base. So the hits keep on coming for the Nationals.
The hits keep coming for Steve Lombardozzi. Just another lousy single.
Well, 2 hits yesterday, an RBI 2-run double the night before.
And that's just a nice job of using that hole. Watch a little slip right there on home plate, getting slick. With a runner on first and Freddie Freeman holding Bernardino, a hole created and used nicely by Lombardozzi.
Here's Bryce Harper, 0 for 3 with a walk. Nobody throwing on the tarp in the Atlanta bullpen.
Christian Martinez, this is your game.
Harper has walked and scored. He's 0 for 3. And I have been told that they're watching in Las Vegas tonight. Masson feed has been picked up nationally. And they have been keeping track of Bryce on the front page of their newspaper every day he's been in the big leagues. Gets his own box on the front page every day. No balls and 1 strike. He's going to rifle that one foul. Harper's driven in 26 runs. Blinding speed at third and really good speed at first. And with a wet ball, Bernardino's going to get down the line as much as he can. It wouldn't take a breaking ball getting too far away from McCann for him to score. Harper will pop it up, but it's out of play. You can text Nationals to 29292 and get starting lineups, in-game updates, and Nats team coverage you can't afford to miss. We call it Masson Mobile Alerts. Harper serves it the other way again. They just don't give him anything at all on the inner half of the plate anymore.
And he can hit the ball effectively the other way. We've seen him do it all season long. It's been a steady diet of fastballs, changeups, and curves all in the outer half of the plate for about 3-4 weeks. Come in for effect late, but everything away.
And on a breaking ball, a hard breaking ball down, he strikes out. The Nats strand 2. They've left 8 this game into the 8th inning, and Drew Storen is on the way. Continues to come down, but the ball game continues to go on. Sandy Leon will stay in and catch after he got that base hit, pinch hitting for Jesus Flores. So his major league batting average is looking really good right now. Roger Bernardino will stay in the game and play left field. So the pitcher spot will be the leadoff spot for the Nats, as Lombardozzi has done for the evening. And the pitcher will be Drew Storen. Interesting decision by Davey Johnson. Evidently throw 2 evenings in a row and on a wet track to boot.
Well, check him out yesterday. Season debut for Drew Storen. Opening day for Drew, and it went well. The fastball was sinking. Good movement on it. Kept it down in the zone for the majority of the day, and mixed in a couple of changeups, a couple of sliders. So a nice first outing for the Nats 2011 closer.
We had 43 saves last year. A fly ball, 2 ground balls. And seeing those grounders reminds me of the first time I ever saw him throw in Vieira a couple of years ago. He was throwing a simulated game, and I was right behind the cage, and Will Nieves walked off and said, "This kid is something special." Will was kind of looking at his left hand, catching that. You know, we talk about the slider all the time, but sometimes we don't pay enough attention to that heavy sinker of his. And he said, "This kid has got it."
He's running all over his thumbs. A good sinker will catch a catcher in between, where you turn over your glove one way or you get jammed with your thumb. There's a good example right there.
Off the foot of Dan Uggla. Now, Christina, we know how we feel. How did Drew feel after he threw last night?
Well, he said, first of all, just running out to the mound, it was a feeling he couldn't even describe. Knowing that the fans were behind him, he could hear them. Obviously not the ideal game to come in and close, but he said, my emotions were running high. I had to tell myself to calm down, but he was happy with his outing, and he wouldn't have it any other way having David Wright, one of the first batters that he was pitching to.
Nice. And yeah, tonight he gets Dan Uggla. He's going to jam him. That ball will drop in front of Roger Bernardino. So the Braves refuse to go quietly into the night. Uggla 2 for 3 tonight with a walk.
Came into the game 12 for his last 111, and he's 2 for 3 with a walk tonight. I think the interesting thing about bringing in Drew Storm tonight is maybe not the back-to-back or not even the conditions, but with 2 games tomorrow, there's no way that Davey Johnson would pitch Drew 3 days in a row, would he? So effectively,
yeah, three would seem to be a little harsh.
But with an 8-man bullpen, I guess you can afford to do that.
And of course, nobody has to, as FP pointed out yesterday, nobody, and there's Chad Durbin, who is at spring training with the Nats this year. Nobody has to be taken off the roster because for a doubleheader you can have a 26-man, and that'll be John Lannon. It's one of the best rules innovations I've heard in many years. They're going to let Uggla take second base as if it's the 9th inning. Just concentrate on getting the hitter. Two balls and no strikes. Fastball close, but it's 3-0.
It's a good pitch.
There's Juan Francisco, who's next to hit for Christian Martinez. This could get interesting if he hits with a couple of men on base. Top of the order for the Braves, just around the corner here in the 8th. He walks him, 2 on, nobody out.
A couple of things have happened in the course of this baseball game with the atmosphere in this ballpark. Well, the Nats jumped out to that 9-0 lead. There was a buzz from the first pitch, almost like a playoff atmosphere. And then when the Braves scored the 6 runs, or the 4 runs, in the 6th inning, and the rain came, all of a sudden everybody up underneath, and this place went from rocking to silent in a hurry.
Yeah, weather had a lot to do with that. Take all those fans and put them up underneath. So Davey wanted to see Drew Storm go out and throw, and he did. 2 hitters worth, base hit and a walk. Now with a left-handed pinch hitter coming in, he will counter, Davey will, with his left-handed setup guy, and that's Sean Burnett. Braves are not out of this one yet. Yet to get for the Nats to nail this one down. National League East finals are starting to roll in, and this momentum the Phillies had for several days seems to have dissipated again. If the Nats hold on to win tonight, they'll go down to 14.5 back. Marlins trailing 4-3. They're batting in the 9th at Pittsburgh. And the Mets, well, they're making it interesting. Guess who hit a homer? Jordany Valdespin. They've got 2 in the 7th, and the Dodgers lead the Mets 7-6.
If it was a pinch hit homer, he's the greatest pinch hitter ever.
I'm going to punch it up right now and check it. All right, here's Juan Francisco.
Some work left to do. Sean Burnett on. 3-pitch guy. 2-seam fastball, low 90s, slider change. Francisco will see the fastball and the slider. That's it.
FP, that was a pinch hit home run.
Wow.
They should never start him again.
I don't even think he's a secret weapon anymore, because it's not secret. He just comes off the bench swinging from his heels, looking to hit a tater, and he does.
Well, Sean Burnett behind this hitter. This at bat will tell you whether this thing's starting to get worrisome. Bourne on deck, and Burnett gets a big strike on a swing and a miss.
Well, it's probably a little deeper than Davey Johnson wanted to go into his bullpen tonight with a doubleheader tomorrow. But, you know, first things first. You take care of today, and worry about tomorrow.
And if you win the first game of the series prior to that doubleheader, that lets you ease into a few things the next day, too, doesn't it?
Right.
One ball and 2 strikes. And that throws the breaking ball low, and the count's back even. Ball 3.
And needless to say, this becomes a huge pitch.
Ugla has a big lead at second base. Runners are holding, and a swing and a foul. Ugla was really kind of hogging a big lead there. At the last moment, Desmond came in from the angle to tap the glove and let him know that, hey, you're a little too far for our comfort here. Three balls and 2 strikes. And Burnett strikes out Juan Francisco.
And just a challenge fastball right down the middle. Francisco can't catch up. Big pitch in a big spot once again from Sean Burnett.
Washington area Toyota dealers helping children receiving medical treatment along with their families at the National Institutes of Health. A donation to the Children's Inn at NIH of $37 for every strikeout this year. Here's Michael Bourne, who's 0 for 3 with a walk. And Burnett hooks him pretty well for strike 1.
And we talk about it all the time with Sean. It can't be comfortable as a lefty facing a guy that's almost stepping behind you with the big time crossfire that Burnett features.
That's going to get the inside corner. 0-2. And Leon sliding to his left to make that block. Cincinnati Reds won their 53rd game of the year tonight. They beat Milwaukee 3-1. The Nats have won 53. Ugla, Janish the runners with one out here in the 8th. Swing and a miss. So Sean Burnett has swing and miss stuff with the fastball and the breaking ball tonight. And he still has to get Martin Prado here.
4 sliders to Michael Bourne. Didn't see a fastball. Slider for strike 1, slider for strike 2. Bounced a slider to get the 1-2. And then throws maybe the best one of the bunch with 2 strikes. And Bourne can't stay back.
Tough matchup here. Prado, line drive double, skipping off the glove of Zimmerman last time to get them those final 2 runs in the 6th inning after the McCann homer. Burnett misses ball 1. Braves a good hitting ball club, as we mentioned, 4th in the league in runs coming in. Prado looks at ball 2. Sean went off speed. Ian Desmond coming in. Badly needed strike 1, low in the zone. Man, not missing by much. Left-hander on deck in Jason Hayward. They get one more guy on base. The tying runs in the on-deck circle. 3-1 pitch. Now the bases are loaded. 2 walks in the inning. The one that hurt was to Paul Janish. 2 for 17. And now you're dealing with some guys that are really tough, and here comes Hayward.
And I think Ian Desmond trying to call out the grounds crew right now because the spikes behind the spike strip behind Sean Burnett is clogged up, so he can't clear his cleats out. So they're going to bring a new strip out. You know, that thing gets all mucked up. There's nothing you can do. And you can stick that tongue depressor in there and clean out your cleats all you want, but as soon as you get back on the wet mound, they're going to be clogged up again.
Yeah, and when these pitchers push off and then land on that front foot, that really gets the mud into the spikes in a hurry.
There you go.
Every time I see that thing, I think about a very good line by former Major League reliever Al Raboski, who said that thing you just saw them put in the ground is the only thing they've done for the pitchers since 1968.
There it is, boys.
There's innovation for you. They lowered the mound, made it hitter friendly, but the pitchers get that. And so do the shortstops.
If I was a pitcher, I'd rub up the ball in that thing.
Well, the guy on deck better be watching. So, on a more serious note, tough matchup here, even though it's Hayward left-handed.
And strike 1 essential right here, right now.
And he's low with it. Jason Hayward against Sean Burnett, 0 for 4 career with a walk and a strikeout. And Chipper Jones in the on-deck circle is the tying run, potentially. Ball 2.
Well, Jason Hayward going to bet fastball right here. And you better believe he's going to get off a very aggressive swing.
Well, 9-4 Nationals, maybe not for long. Nobody else warm in the bullpen. And if Burnett doesn't get Hayward, he's facing a right-handed batter in Chipper Jones.
Smart at bat by Hayward right there. After the walk to Prado, it looked like he was taking a strike all the way. He didn't even flinch at any of those close pitches early, which tells me he was taking a strike, didn't get one. And now Chipper Jones at the plate representing the tie-in run.
And that run charged to Drew Storen. Steve McCaddy to the mound. Tyler Clippard is starting to loosen up, but he's not throwing. He's in front of the bullpen bench out there, kind of going through his throwing motion to get loose, but not actually with the ball in his hands next to Jim Lett yet. So it's 9-5. The Nats led 9-0 3 innings ago. And Chipper Jones, who's 0 for 3 with a walk, will bat, representing the potential tying run.
And all of a sudden, this game got serious.
Yeah, and then there's 3 more outs to get next inning. First order of business, get this thing into the bottom of the 8th. And Chipper against Sean Burnett, career is 6 for 12 with 2 walks.
I don't think Chipper will be taking a strike. He looked like he was ready to hit right there. Jason Hayward, yes. Chipper Jones, no. He's thinking one thing.
Drive it. The thing about Chipper Jones, he never seems to be anything but relaxed in the batter's box. Everything that he does is one easy motion that he can be so deadly. Real still setup. Slaps it out of play again. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
A nice job by Burnett regrouping and getting back in the strike zone to a 1-2 count.
Well, this becomes one of the most important at bats of the year for both of these ball clubs. And Burnett buries the breaking ball, blocked by Sandy Leon. And this is the action pitch right here. You don't want this thing to go to 3-2 again. Burnett has struck out 2, walked 2, after Storen gave up the base hit to Ugla and walked Paul Janisch. On a changeup, Chipper Jones with a base hit to left. That's going to score 2, and this is a 9-6. Make it 9-7 game. Sean Burnett left to pitch up, and Chipper Jones just stroked it to left. So another run charged to Drew Storen, and now 1 to Burnett.
And with that, Chipper Jones is the all-time RBI leader for third baseman in the history of this game. It's a slider out over the plate, reaches out, hooks it to left field. Makes this a 9-7 game. They threw the ball out, and that's one that's going to Cooperstown.
And now a red-hot left-handed hitter for Sean Burnett.
This game has had a weird vibe for about 3 innings now, ever since the rain came. The 4-run 6th, the 3-run 8th to make it 9-7.
And that's a base hit. This is going to be a 9-8 game now. Freeman drives in Hayward. Unbelievable.
Well, nobody said it would be easy, and this game just went from easy to hard in about 2 innings. And another slider from Burnett. Freddie Freeman on it. Good piece of hitting, little topspin lob over the head of Espinoza. And a good break by Hayward on second base, and all of a sudden we got a nail biter.
Brian McCann is the 9th Brave to bat in the 8th inning. As Davey Johnson has been waiting for 4 batters for Sean Burnett to get the 3rd out. And he's fallen behind a lot of these guys, making it even tougher.
And Brian McCann hitting better off lefties than righties this year. 263 coming in tonight. 25 for 95.
That ball tailing down and in on McCann.
Well, that was a two-seam fastball. McCann thought it was going to be a strike. He tried to hold up. He just kind of got the little half swing. I guess it was a full swing, but he knew it was a ball.
McCann career 4 for 16 against Burnett with a home run. And Sean just can't get that ball up into the zone. He's been missing low on about 3 out of every 5 pitches. Nats have walked 3 batters in this inning.
Double barrels right now.
Oh, there's a gift. Little ground ball to LaRoche. And the Nationals will go into the bottom of the 8th with Zimmerman, LaRoche, and Morse coming up with a 1-run lead. And a half, 17 runs, 25 hits in the rain. Teams flawless defensively. Strasburg still has a chance to go 11-4. Ryan Zimmerman, the 3-run homer, 3 innings after that of Michael Morse. And boy, FP, this seems like a lifetime ago.
It does. Michael Morse with the longest home run of the year at Nats Park, 465 feet. And then Ryan Zimmerman in a great at-bat. The 8th pitch of an at-bat where he fouled off some nasty 3-2 pitches to get to that fastball. But all of a sudden, the Nats are in the middle of one of the weirdest games of the year.
A Lafford that's become a dogfight, and Chris Medlin will get the assignment here in the 9th inning to try to keep this, believe it or not, a 1-run game now. The good thing about facing the Braves and having the lead, no matter what the score is, you keep Craig Kimbrell in the bullpen. That's the best news of all. But the Nats sure need to tack on a run or two with Zimmerman, LaRoche, and Morse. Right guys up there to do it here in the 8th inning.
And Medlin, a 4-pitch guy. Fastball, slider, curveball change. Fastball in the low 90s. I mean, this game got so serious in such a hurry to where it could be one of those games where you just hold on for dear life and do anything you can to get the W after thinking you were going to have a laugher. And Ryan Zimmerman smiling. Tom Hallion smiling. You have to give this umpiring crew some credit for keeping this game moving along with a big doubleheader tomorrow. He had some opportunities to put the tarp on. They let play continue, and I don't think the rain had anything to do with the Braves coming back.
Yeah, it's the same for both teams. Zimmerman tonight 2 for 3, a 3-run homer, a base hit, a walk, and a run scored.
Well, you got to find a way to get the momentum back. Whether it's a run this inning or whether it's Tyler Clippard in the ninth. But a game of runs, a game of momentum, and it's definitely wearing blue right now.
Ryan hits it hard but foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rain has eased off. So under dry conditions, the Nats lead 9-0. In the rain, the Braves lead 8-0. Or something of that sort. And here's the 1-2 to Zimmerman. He's going to be called out on strikes. One o'clock tomorrow. First pitch at 1:05 from Edwin Jackson. He'll be facing Ben Sheets, who gave the Braves 6 innings of 2-hit shutout ball in his return to the big leagues last weekend. And then Randall Delgado in the nightcap. He is 4-9 with a 4.52 ERA against John Lannon, who the Nats call up for a day from Syracuse. 1 o'clock, 7 o'clock tomorrow. Ball 1 to Adam LaRoche. Tyler Clippard is hot in the Nats bullpen. Little did he know he'd be coming in a save situation. LaRoche will hook it. What a pick by Freddie Freeman to the bag himself. Outstanding play.
And Freddie Freeman with 3 hits tonight. He is 3 for 5 with a double and 2 singles, and throwing some serious leather around at first base on top of it. Hard hit ball, 1 hopper, wet ground. Not a thing for Freeman. And watch the short hop, given with it, and the spin move in the mud. Braves doing everything right.
Morris 3 for 4 tonight. Goes up hacking, trying to make it 10-8. And by the way, the Braves in the ninth will have Ugla, Yanish, and then somebody off their bench, probably Matt Diaz, hitting against Tyler Clippard. Quickly 0-2.
It's so hard to get that momentum back once you have it, and then the other team seizes it. And everything going the right way for the Nats. They jump out to a 9-0 lead, then all of a sudden a 4 spot in the 6th, and it's 9-4, and you're thinking, you all know about the Braves offense. They can hit. Good teams don't go away. And then you've lost your momentum, and now you find yourself in a dogfight. We've seen this team all season long pick themselves up off the mat and find a way to get it done.
Morris will take a bouncer. Pirates held on to beat Miami 4-3 in Pittsburgh. And a 2-2 to Michael. He'll rifle it foul.
Last time out for Clippard, you like the fact that he reestablished his fastball. It's the highest we've seen it all year, 94, 95 miles an hour. Had good 2-seam movement on it. The changeup was good too.
Morris just foul tipped that. That thing was running right in, probably inside the trademark of his bat, like almost right on the hands. And he somehow managed to get a piece of wood to it. Ian Desmond, if Michael can extend this bottom of the 8th. 3-2. Big gap in left center on a payoff pitch, and Morse, did he go? Yes, he did. 8th inning is over, and now it's up to Tyler Clippard to quiet down these Braves and grab a 4.5 game lead.
Buckle up, here we go.
The Nationals on top of the Braves 9-8 in the first of 4 games over a 48-hour period this weekend. So this one boils down to Tyler Clippard against Dan Uggla and the bottom of the Atlanta order. 43rd game.
I mean, the bottom line is if 3.5 hours ago you would have told Davey Johnson the Nationals they would have a 1-run lead in the 9th inning with Tyler Clippard on the mound, everybody in that first base dugout would have said, I'm all in. So here we go. And Tyler Clippard, 4-pitch guy, fastball, cutter, curveball, change.
Interesting career numbers by Uggla against Clippard. A guy who hits for a lot of power but strikes out a lot. 2 for 12, 5 strikeouts, but a career home run against the Nats right-hander. So there's the throwdown from Leon, and the top of the 9th is coming right now. Every game against a team that's chasing you, or if you're chasing them, it's really a 2-game swing in your division. The Nats either have a 4.5 game lead or a 2.5 game pad. Zimmerman's going to guard the line at third. Morse is straight away in right. But look where Harper is in left center, and Roger Bernardina, he'll need about 4 steps to reach the track and left.
Maybe the biggest half inning in the history of this franchise right here.
And Clippard's going to step off. You know that Uggla, if he sees a first pitch fastball, he's going to be pumping. So Tyler goes breaking ball and buries it low and away. A pitch that's just really his 3rd pitch. He doesn't throw it a whole lot. But he wasn't about to throw Uggla a first pitch heater. That's a changeup. So now that he's gone off speed twice, you know what Uggla's looking for, 2-0. Dead red.
He's going to be swinging here if he gets a strike.
And Clippard throws him a 2-0 changeup.
He dropped a parachute right here, 2-0 to a good fastball hitter. 80 miles an hour right there. So big strike 1 for Tyler.
Another changeup. 3-1. I tell you, the Nats, these walks, they have walked 7 Braves tonight. Paul Janisch, the shortstop, on deck, then the pitcher's spot. That was Tyler Pasternicki. Oh my goodness, that's not even close. And now the tying runs on base. Tyler Pasternicki, more of an offensive player than Janisch. And part of the reason he's been in the minor leagues is his lack of defense, but he can hit.
A bunting situation right now for Janisch. Have to be very... Oh, Pasternicki, excuse me.
No, that is Paul Janisch. Evidently, Pasternicki could be the leadoff or the on-deck hitter after this.
You have to be careful of throwing a wet ball in this situation on a bunt.
That ball was missed. That was not a foul tip. And the runner's at second base with nobody out.
A fastball from Clippard or a changeup right here. And it gets through the 5-hole. And a 90-foot mistake puts Uggla at second base, and still a bunting situation for Janisch.
And of course, the Nats took out Jesus Flores a couple of innings ago in a lopsided game to give him the night off. And the young catcher didn't drop the gate there. Clippard to Janisch, who can bunt the runner to third now. Oh my, Tyler Clippard, his changeup hits the batter, and now the lead runs on base.
This is not good.
Now Matt Diaz, an experienced, high-average right-handed batter, stepping in.
Double barrels in the Braves bullpen. Eric O'Flaherty on the right. Craig Kimbrell, the closer, on the left. Braves go ahead. It'll be Kimbrell. If they keep it the way it is, it'll probably be O'Flaherty. They tie it up.
Well, Matt Diaz, 5 for 26 as a pinch hitter. But you'd be shocked if he's swinging here. All they'd have to do is lay down a bunt and then somehow get Michael Bourne. Hold on, this might be David Ross, not Matt Diaz. Yeah, that's the big, strong, right-handed hitting catcher.
Well, regardless of strategy right here by Freddie Gonzalez, Tyler Clippard has to throw a strike.
And he's getting himself in trouble with the changeup that's floating all over the place. And there's another one.
Well, it looks like Gonzalez going to play it straight up and let Ross swing away. Davey Johnson, Tyler Clippard would definitely take a runner on third, 2 outs right here with a ground ball somewhere.
Now Clippard missing with the fastball. David Ross' career against Tyler, 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. I'm telling you, there is no telling what a reversal of fortunes here would do for one team and do to the other team.
Well, that's why I said this inning was so important. Maybe a little dramatic to start this thing off, but when you think about everything that's on the line in the weekend that's ahead, it's a big deal.
And Ross swinging away. Freddie Freeman watching from the dugout. Freddie Gonzalez throwing caution to the wind here. And the count's 2 balls, 1 strike. I'm just a little perplexed he didn't bring in such a good contact guy, such a smart hitter like Matt Diaz to move these runners.
Now, you would think first and second, nobody out, down by 1 in the 9th. You bunt the guys along.
And he still might. There he goes. The Clippard misses again. I'm telling you, these walks are killing the Nats tonight.
And maybe the reason that Freddie didn't is because with Clippard struggling, you don't want to give the opposition an out and help him out. You make him throw strikes. If he shows that he can come in the strike zone, give your guy one shot, then go to the bunt. It'll be interesting to see what he does here in a 3-1 count.
High strike call. Oh. So close to being bases loaded, nobody out. And Ross had a word for the umpire.
Yeah, Ross didn't like it. I think Tyler Clippard caught a break. That borderline pitch goes his way.
Swing and a miss. That's one.
And I think Ross swung at that because of the 3-1 call.
Absolutely.
He had to protect high in the zone because of the pitch before that. So in a huge 3-2 pitch, Tyler Clippard goes fastball up in the zone, and Ross can't catch up.
Here's Michael Bourne.
Huge strikeout here in the 9th.
We talked about Bourne earlier tonight. He's a leadoff guy who strikes out a lot. 3 times tonight, 89 times on the year. Almost impossible to double up. Unless he hits a one-hopper at somebody. And that's up and in for ball 1.
I mean, why wouldn't there be drama? There is every single night.
Change up, foul back. Michael Bourne career against Tyler Clippard, 1 for 7 with 3 strikeouts.
You give Clippard a lot of credit for getting back into the strike zone against Ross and here against Bourne. I mean, it looked like for a second the wheels were coming off, and all of a sudden, Clippard making some huge pitches.
Bourne hits that ball well to right. Michael Morse going back, and the Braves have one off the board. This is going to score 2. And Bourne checks in at third. Safe at the plate.
Unbelievable.
And Michael Bourne puts Atlanta on top 10-9. Runners had to hold up, but it took Paul Janisch forever to get around the bases there.
That just missed going out. Bourne got a fastball right down the middle. Was all over. It was supposed to be down and away. Up and in. Bourne gives it a ride off the top of the wall in right center field. And because of the ricochet, it allowed the trail runner to score. Pretty close at the plate. Good throw from Espinoza. And a great slide by Janisch to give the Braves the lead. Unbelievable.
Infield in, 1 out. Martin Prado, the hitter. Now they're going to try to score another run to take a 2-run lead, and needless to say, Craig Kimbrell is firing on all cylinders in that Atlanta bullpen. You cannot walk 8 batters and hit a guy and not give up a bunch of runs, and that's what's happened to the Nats tonight.
And we talked about it early. The only way the Braves get back into this game is if you put guys on for free.
Tommy Hanson off the hook. Steven Strasburg's win goes by the boards. If Atlanta wins this game, this might be the comeback of the year in Major League Baseball, considering the circumstances and where these ball clubs are. Prado levels off to make contact to stay alive.
You're down 9-0. Are you kidding me? It definitely is a comeback of the year. Stakes are high. First place versus second place. You think the Nats are finally going to have a laugher, but not so fast.
They've given up 10 runs in the last 4 innings. Prado strikes out. Clippard faces Hayward, who's been on 3 times tonight and walked with the bases loaded his last time. Well, Michael Bourne 1 hit tonight, and he drove in 2 runs off the scoreboard with it.
Desmond, Espinoza, and Flores due up in the bottom of the 9th.
Clippard off the stretch with Bourne at third. And a 1-1 coming to Jason Hayward. Broken bat, 1 hopper, Danny Espinoza. Well, the Braves have grabbed the upper hand. The Nats will have to come back against one of the best closers in Major League Baseball.
Dramatic comeback by the Atlanta Braves to take a 10-9 lead as we head to the bottom of the 9th after trailing 9-0. Ray Knight, Johnny Holiday will be along with you with our Nats Extra post-game show in just a moment. You've seen it all, Ray, in your baseball days. This was incredible tonight.
I've seen it before, though, Johnny. The fact is, we have 3 outs left, and this game's not over. But, for the bullpen to come in and to blow that kind of lead, it's going to be a shock wave. But it's not something these guys can't shake off and come back. You've got 3 more games in this series, but let's don't let this one go. We still got a chance to win this ball game. Base on balls as a guy sit upstairs, hit by pitch, 6 walks, I think, in the last 4 innings. That's going to kill you.
It kills you every single time. Let's go back upstairs to Bob at FP and see if the Nats can rally to either tie it or win this thing in the bottom of the 9th.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Ray. And they'll have to do it against Craig Kimbrell, who has 28 saves in 29 opportunities this year. Made his 2nd consecutive All-Star team. He saved 1 last night against the Giants and tied with Baltimore's Jim Johnson for the Major League lead.
Yeah, 2-pitch guy, fastball, curveball. The curveball's hard in the mid-80s. The fastball's hard in the mid to upper 90s. He can hit triple digits.
Ian Desmond 2 walks, a base hit, a run scored. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And Kimbrel, as he usually does, is ahead. Ian Desmond, career against Kimbrel, 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts.
Getting the mud out of his cleats. Welcome to the game.
Yeah, after 1 pitch. Well, and 8 warm-up tosses out there. This is a guy who just comes in and pumps strikes. On the year, 10 walks in 37 innings, but 63 strikeouts. Nearly a 6.5 to 1 strikeout walk ratio. 0-2. Desmond on a breaking ball, no chance.
Well, this is where if you're Danny Espinosa, try to catch more of those fastballs out front, run into one, and tie this game up. Why not? And you got pop. You've been swinging much better from the left side of the plate. Get that leg kick up early. Catch a fastball out front and see what happens.
Espinosa 1 for 4 tonight. Chipper Jones plays on the grass at third. Danny a good bunter. And that's a first pitch breaking ball. Well off the plate inside. He catches a fastball, hits it a long way to left center, and this game is tied.
Why not?
Danny Espinosa.
Just like we've seen all year, they just don't go away. I mean, you're talking a serious punch to the gut, and they answer here in the 9th. Unbelievable.
And for Craig Kimbrel, the second home run he's given up this year in 37 plus innings. On the brink of the worst loss of the year, Espinosa for now has saved the day. Now what can the Nats do with it?
Now momentum's wearing white.
Here's Sandy Leon, the rookie catcher. Strike 1.
Tee it high, let it fly. Get that leg up early, get the foot down early, and swing as hard as you can, and turn a 98-mile-an-hour fastball around and tie this game up. How about that? We have seen some incredible stuff this year. Unbelievable.
This game is about 12 minutes away from being 4 hours old, and as long as it takes. 0-2 pitch. Leon lays off.
Good take on a tough pitch.
So each closer tagged with a blown save tonight. And Leon lays off.
And seeing that slider early from Kimbrel.
This is a young man in his 6th major league at bat. Tyler Clippard still feeling the effects of the top of the 9th. His teammates got him off the hook, but he feels he let them down. Leon in the air to left center. That'll play for Martin Prado, who had to drift for it a little further than originally he thought. And if this one ends in a moment, Johnny and Ray will be with you with the Nats Extra postgame show, presented by W.B. Mason, whenever this game is over. Roger Bernardina against Craig Kimbrel, 0 for 2 career with a walk.
I don't know if you'd file this one as a classic, but another nail-biter with tons of drama. A lot like that game on Tuesday against the Mets.
This is the only inning tonight when the team hasn't scored at least 2 runs. That homer by Espinosa, the first straight number on the board tonight, and Maybe Bernardino can make it crooked.
Oh, yeah. Strasburg versus Hansen and 20 runs scored. Who would have thought that?
Hansen gave up 8. Strasburg gave up 4.
And same thing for Bernardino. 2-0. Count leverage. Let it fly.
Ball 3. How sweet would it be to get him on base with all that speed? Pitcher spot is due up next. And Tyler Moore is waiting. Tom Gorzolani throwing for the 10th. If and when. Strike 1 to Bernardino. Roger pops it up. Underneath it, Paul Janisch. But the Nats, to a certain extent, have broken the Braves' hearts. They thought they were on the verge of a dramatic win. And Danny Espinosa, his 8th of the year, keeps the Nats alive. And you feel pretty blessed that this one's going extra innings. Swing will be looked back upon as one of the biggest hits in the history of this team. Time will tell, but for now, some saving grace right here.
Well, Kimber went with a 0-0 slider to Espinosa. He got to a 1-0 count, sitting dead red. You see the two-seam fastball away. And Espinosa got the leg up early, foot down early, barrel out. And just like that, momentum back in the first base dugout. And I thought the game of the year was on Tuesday. This one might be trumping it.
How many more times are you going to change your mind?
I don't know. Maybe 3 more tonight.
Tyler Moore will lead off in the bottom of the 10th in that number 1 spot and play left field. So Roger Bernardino's out. And the pitcher spot is back where it started in the number 9 hole. And that'll be Tom Gorzolani. And he's got his hands full with Chipper Jones, Freddie Freeman, and Brian McCann.
And those 3 guys will be seeing fastball, slider, cutter change from Gorzolani. The fastball's been good lately. Velocity-wise, 93, 94.
Chipper Jones, a huge hit in that 8th inning to drive in 2 runs of their 4.
This reminds me of one of those College World Series games before they changed the bats.
Chipper will go first pitch swinging, and Michael Morris will grab it. I once did a 9-inning college game that took over 4 hours and 45 minutes. I believe it was at Arizona State.
Well, before they regulated the bats, you'd see 15-13, 12-10.
Well, and those pitchers, they were afraid to throw inside, so they're laying everything over the outside corner. Bang, ping, bang, ping. Here's Freeman. 3 for 5. Sounded like a construction site. And then a 2-hopper, make it 3 and hit the lip of the grass and stay down for Espinoza. And Gorzolani gets 2 quick outs in the top of the 10th. Can he get one more hot hitter in Brian McCann? 11 o'clock at Nationals Park. First pitch was thrown at 7:06 tonight. We're just now into extra innings. This game will break your heart, and it'll send things your way that you've never expected. And then you get to do it all again tomorrow. And in this case, twice.
It's awesome.
Braves, by the way, this year 2-2 in extra innings, 1-0 on the road. Nats have had that walk-off knack here. They are 6-3 at home and 6-5 overall. Two balls and no strikes. Brian McCann, who has been totally dominated by Tom Gorzolani. 3 strikeouts among that 0 for 14. Pretty good rip by Brian, and the count's 2-2. The Dodgers able to close out a 7-6 win at the Mets. So if the Nats can win this game, they gain on everybody tonight. And they'll stay up to the wee hours to do it. Swing and a miss. On to the bottom of the 10th with the top of the order, Tyler Moore, Bryce Harper, and Ryan Zimmerman. We'll see one of the Atlanta frontline relievers from the left side now, Eric O'Flaherty, who has a 2.88 ERA in 39 games this year, 28 strikeouts in 34 innings. But they got Kimbrel out of here. Not often you're still playing an inning after Craig Kimbrel pitches to you.
Yeah, right. He's hitting 354 off O'Flaherty. And the first guy he'll face is Tyler Moore. A 3-pitch guy. Fastball, slider, change. Fastball in the low 90s.
Tyler Moore already in the ball game to play left field. And he's still seeing a lot of these guys the first time around. He has not faced the lefty.
Wring that rally napkin dry.
Talking about a guy with pop, and he goes up first pitch swinging. This rookie hitting .310, 5 homers, 13 RBIs in his first 84 major league at-bats. Great job by Tom Gorzelani to get the ball club right back in the dugout when they seized some of that bottom of the ninth momentum, putting the Braves right back on the defensive.
Whatever happens tonight in this game, tomorrow may be the most interesting day I've ever seen in Major League Baseball, with this game going long and 2 games on the slate for tomorrow.
O'Flaherty goes low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bryce Harper 0 for 4 with a walk and a run tonight. And then Ryan Zimmerman will bat in this inning. So O'Flaherty has 2 tough, power-laden, right-handed batters to deal with. Moore, good take, ball under his hands, 2-2. Way inside. Tyler Moore chopping it third base way. Fair ball, backhanded. Chipper Jones guarding the line, and that's why you play there in a close game from about the 8th inning on.
He still got a tricky in-between hop and made it look simple. And Bryce Harper 0 for 4 tonight. Can turn that whole thing around with 1 swing.
Harper is 0 for 1 with a walk against O'Flaherty. I was just thinking maybe a left-hander will throw him something inside. That ball was actually tailing down and in.
Ooh, got a good pitch to pull.
Harper reaches out and bumps that ball to left. He hit it on the sweet spot, and it carries right to Prado. 2 outs, and Bryce 0 for 5 tonight. It'll be up to Mr. Walk-Off himself, Ryan Zimmerman. Ryan Zimmerman 1 for 7 career against O'Flaherty with 3 strikeouts. A 3-run homer, a walk and a base hit tonight, and a strike on the inside corner.
I'd be surprised if Ryan sees anything that he can pull here. In this situation, you're thinking something out over the plate and drive it the other way.
He pulls it hard. Chipper Jones, diving play. Safe at first. And the Braves are not happy with that call by Brian O'Nora. Everybody did everything right on that play, and Zimmerman gets to the bag.
Great play by Chipper Jones, selling out right here. What else could you possibly ask for in this game? Good hustle by Zimmerman. Beats out the throw. Freddie Freeman didn't like the call, but the go-ahead run, the winning run on here in the 10th with 2 outs for the Nationals.
And a tough lefty-lefty matchup for Adam LaRoche, a former Brave, who's 2 for 7 career against Eric O'Flaherty. Anything to get Michael Morse into the batter's box here. Front door, strike 1.
The Nats scored 3 runs in the first inning with 2 outs. He scored 3 runs in the 4th inning with 2 outs. So why not 1 here in the 10th with 2?
And LaRoche goes waving at that one. Quickly, no balls, 2 strikes. Close, and O'Flaherty was on his way to the dugout. LaRoche up the middle, kicked right to Ugla. Second time the Nats have had a pitcher kick save for an assist. 1-4-3, and let's play at least 11.
We thought this one would shape up. Top of the 11th, all tied at 10. The Mid-Atlantic Sports Report returns Monday from 5 to 6:30. Tom Davis, Phil Wood, Mel Antonin, and Dave Johnson will have all your Nationals news and notes, plus a look at this weekend's Hall of Fame ceremonies in Cooperstown. Let's check out that last play. Adam LaRoche, another hard hit ball up the middle, off the foot of O'Flaherty. A little skate save and a beauty right over to Dan Ugla. And that's how the bottom of the 10th ended.
Ron Bardozzi hit one like that in the second inning tonight off the foot of Tommy Hanson. So here we go, top 11, Dan Ugla. 2 walks, 2 hits, 3 runs. Dangerous guy in a game like this. He has hit a career homer against Tom Gorzolani, 2 for 8. And a good pitch there at 84, had the power hitter reaching.
Didn't we have that stat? I don't know if you were here, Carp. It might have been in Miami. But the Nats were a perfect 11-0 in games that Danny Espinosa homered. And at the time, I thought it was a reach, but I'm going with it tonight.
That's to the left side. Zimmerman guarding the line, and he throws it away. And Ugla's going to second base. Long way to go for Ryan Zimmerman. Hard to say whether a non-target throw would have gotten him, but he missed the bag by at least 8 or 10 feet.
And did a good job playing no doubles, of ranging far to his left in the hole. His spun didn't pick up Adam LaRoche at all. And Dan Uggla had thoughts of making this all the way to third base. Big turnaround second. Everybody scrambling down the right field line to pick up this baseball. So leadoff man on here in the 11th. Runner on second, nobody out.
Base hit and an error. And that ball gets away. This is the second time in the late innings that Sandy Leon has let a ball get away with nobody out and the runner at second base.
Both have been in bunting situations, and I'm wondering if he's losing sight of the ball because of the fact that Giannis is scoring around. It looks like he took the bat maybe right in his eye line. And that has to be a pass ball.
Infield in. Strike, and the count's even. That is a pass ball. Ryan Matthews. And Giannis looks it all the way in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pitcher spot due up next. Looks like Tyler Pasternicki is on deck. And this one's trouble. Desmond got a piece of it. And the Braves lead 11-10. He showed amazing range just to get to that ball.
You're not going to believe this, but you probably will with the way tonight's game has gone. If Ian Desmond catches that, it's a double play because Dan Uggla simply ran home.
I was watching that myself, and it looked like he could have been doubled off.
I mean, he was 3/4 of the way down the line. Right about there, he just takes off. If Desmond catches that, it's a double play.
Tyler Pasternicki. Amazing that Desmond got to that ball when he was playing infield in. I mean, way in. So each team with 15 hits. The Braves lead 11-10. And Pasternicki was squared around to bunt. .252 hitter, but nowhere near the defensive player that Andrelton Simmons is, who patiently came up to replace him. Kind of a hard bunt, but Gorzelani takes the sure thing at first. 1-4 on the sacrifice.
Job well done by Pasternicki.
Top of the order now, Michael Bourne. And for the Braves, you hesitate to say big blow of the game. They had a whole bunch of them to get back in the game, but his 2-run triple. And there's Chad Durman warming up to try to save it in the 11th. His 2-run triple put them on top 10-9. So the errant throw from third, the pass ball, giving the Braves 2 bags after the infield hit by Uggla, and they converted immediately. And by the way, that error that Ryan Zimmerman made, the first one the Nats have made on this so far 4-game homestand. And another batter hit.
Well, first base open, 1 out, not the worst thing in the world.
Now you have a left-handed pitcher to a right-hander, Martin Prado.
He set up the double play, and hopefully for Tom Gorzolani and the Nationals. He's looking for a ground ball out. Get 2, get his team back in the dugout.
Nats bullpen tonight has walked 5 batters, hit 2. With a couple of miscues among the battery to give the Braves extra bags. Prado goes up swinging, flies it near the line. Long way for Michael Morse, who will catch the foul ball. Tagging and going to third is Giannis, 2 down. And the hitter will be Jason Hayward in a lefty-lefty matchup. Jason Hayward tonight on base 4 times, 2 singles, 2 walks. One of them with the bases loaded in that 4-run Atlanta 8th. Bourne takes off. I don't think that was exactly defensive indifference. I'd give him a steal for that.
Absolutely. Went first move right there. Gorzolani concentrating on getting the out at the plate.
That would be his 26th of the year. 1 ball, no strikes. And a breaking ball is low to Hayward. Nats have given up 20 runs in their last 2 games. Tailing fastball for a strike.
Good pitch. A 2-1 fastball in the inner half. Leon set up, hits the glove. Oh, it was a strike.
And a 3-1. Hayward breaking his bat and lining out to Desmond. Braves pick up a go-ahead run. Michael Morrissey and Desmond and Danny Espinosa. Bottom 11 coming up. Damage tonight. About 4 hours ago, we thought it might be enough. First inning, Zimmerman walked. LaRoche doubled. Watch this thing fly. And it landed in a part of this ballpark we've never seen a ball during a game hit the railing right in front of the red porch an estimated 465 feet from home plate to give the Nats a 3-0 lead way back when. Chad Durbin was at spring training with the Nationals this year. The Braves picked him up at the end of the spring, and he made his debut on April 7th. Same day he was released by the Nats. 45 games, 30 strikeouts in 36 innings.
A 4-pitch guy, fastball, cutter, curveball, change. Fastball in the low 90s, cutter in the upper 80s. He likes to throw the cutter. He throws it 41% of the time.
By the way, that guy's been holding onto that baseball for over 4 hours now. Maybe he'll get another.
He's a gamer. Still here. As are most people.
Norris, though, first pitch swinging to hopper Dan Uggla. Well, Chad Durbin trying to do what Craig Kimbrell couldn't do. Get the save. Looking at his numbers over the years, he's been mainly a middle relief guy. In 13 years, he has 4 major league saves. Desmond's been on base 3 times, 2 walks, a single, strikeouts his last 2 times. Not sure Davey Johnson wanted him playing a 4.5-hour game with a bad oblique, but here he is. Check swing. And no balls, 2 strikes.
It looked like he went. You just never know if he can get on for Danny Espinosa.
Ian Desmond career 1 for 5 against Durbin, and he's going to take that ball right over the inner half of the plate. And the Nats are down to their final out. 2 innings ago, Danny Espinosa with 1 out rescued the game for a while.
Yeah, 1-0 fastball, middle away, and he said, I'm going to go that way with the pitch. Opposite field homer to tie this game up. And now if you're Durbin, what do you do? I mean, if you try to go away to Espinosa, he just proved he can shoot you out to left field. If you come in, everybody knows he's got pull side pop. I guess you throw some off speed and see if he'll chase.
Espinosa 2 for 5. And a side door breaking ball drops in to even the count 1-1. Now the Braves are 1 out away from their biggest win of the year. And a 2.5 game deficit instead of 4.5 as it looked most of the night. Espinosa rips it up the middle. Diving is Uggla. Gets rid of it. And what a great play to end the game for the Braves. Not known for defense, he got it done right there. And the Braves give the Nats their worst loss of the year, 11-10 in 11.
Espinosa hit it hard up the middle. Uggla totally selling out from a knee. 1 hopper right on the money to Freddie Freeman, who kept his foot on the bag, and that's how this one ends.
Unbelievable loss for the Nats. Unbelievable comeback win for the Braves. And now just 2.5 games separate the teams in the National League East. For FP and Christina, Bob Carpenter, tomorrow we've got 2 for you. First game at 1:05, Nats Extra 12:30. This has been a Masson presentation, and then the nightcap tomorrow night at 7:05. Stay tuned now. Nats Extra brought to you by WB Mason coming up next with Johnny Holiday and Ray Knight. And from a disappointed Nationals Park, so long for just a while.